please welcome my guest for today, Moon.
Hello.
Hello, Moon. Oh boy, we have a lot of folks in chat already. Wackledackle175, thank you for the follow. And we are seeing a particularly unique and iconic emote being used, and that is groantuber. And I make sure to always have a baseline familiarity with somebody before I invite them to be on my show. That I've seen several of your streams, and I've seen that emote be used. And initially, I thought it was a cheer emote. I thought that it was one of those, like light sticks and stuff, because we see those pretty often. I didn't register what those were, and you mentioned groantuber when we spoke earlier in the week. We have groantube here as a tag on Twitch right now, and I was saying, okay, so it's, probably groan, bad puns, yada yada. And as soon as I saw that emote, that it all clicked for me, because now I know exactly what it is.
Yep.
Because it's that classic, little kid toy. It's little tubes make the and someone tried to onomatopoeia it. Who was it? It was Hi There Pumpkin with, Oh, you're really good at that. Well, that probably explains also where
I do have a lot of practice.
Do you have a real one with you, or do you just have it?
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Yes.
I keep it on me at all times.
Very smart, very smart. I had a feeling. Because this is episode 110 of Vtuber Talk, and I can say with complete confidence that I have never had someone who has had a groantube emote or a groantube gesture on their rig, or a groantube actually there with them IRL. Where did that come from?
So it actually started, you just had Jummy on last week. It actually started when Jummy was guesting on my show one time. We were watching a TikTok, and I don't know if you're familiar with it. Have you seen the one where somebody strapped a bunch of groan tubes to their bicycle wheels?
No, but I can imagine it.
Yeah, just imagine. I mean, you get the idea.
Well, I almost wonder, would the centrifugal force make it so that they don't actually have time to move, depending on how quick the wheel is going? But
they were going slow enough that it was just kind of a constant, like, as soon as me and Jummy saw it, we just started making the noise, like, intrinsically. There was no hesitation whatsoever.
Oh, of course. There's vehicles, there's the classic, ice cream truck with its nice little dinging, or perhaps electric, not quite natural sounding music box. And now we have groan tubing in bikes. And like, now, please send me that link after the show, because I can perfectly imagine it, but I want to, because I don't even know what the proper name for that device is, because I've never heard it called a groan tube before, and it makes perfect sense to call it a groan tube.
Apparently, sure a groan stick too. It's got a few names, yeah. But my mods, after that happened, my mods who are IRL friends of mine, they're like, "We have a surprise gift coming for you."
Oh my gosh!
And then about a week later, on my doorstep, I found a box with a dozen groan tubes in it.
What do you do with a dozen of them? I guess in case
turned
one
it into
breaks?
a redeem. I literally make it a redeem. So what I just did there is my normal groantube redeem, but I also have a channel point redeem that costs like 8,000 channel points called groantube party, and I use the other. I use like 10 of them. I've got 10 of them strapped together.
I have seen that redeem, and I never actually thought to ask, what is that redeem, or what would it be? Like, I assumed, okay, it's probably, like I said, either a bad joke, or maybe it's something that you'll show on screen. And now I almost feel sillier for not realizing what it actually is, because it makes so much sense.
It also comes with a Major Lazer remix where they've replaced the sounds in the song with groan tube noises.
Incredible.
Yeah, I literally have them strapped together with painter's tape. It looks like a cartoonish little kid version of a stick of dynamite.
I was thinking it probably just looks like, a very colorful little pipe bomb or something.
It does exactly what it looks like. It's exactly what it looks like. And I keep it on my desk. I also have my little single one that I pull out when needed. And yeah, the groan tube party is pretty wild.
Fantastic. So haven't
That's
even
how
thought about this
I
little
just
toys.
decided I'm the groantuber now. You know, I'm not a
Yeah.
Vtuber, I'm a groantuber. So this is groantuber talk.
Hey, unique branding, marketability. Now we just need to find a sponsor that produces those things. Like, I've never seen a branded version of those. Those are just one of those really generic, cheap little party toys that you can get off of Amazon or from
Yep.
some generic retailer. And, you know, obviously, since we're older now, that I haven't seen one of those in years. But it's something that
I'm
I
bringing
feel
it
like,
back.
yeah, that you are pioneering
I
the
am.
adult grown tube market, and just it's
It's
makes me
funny.
wonder,
So
like,
many
who
people I
invented
know
the
have
dang
actually
thing?
gotten them.
It's,
They have. I am pioneering the market. They're
amazing.
like sales are up because of me.
grown tube stonks.
Stonks. Yeah, exactly.
'Cause I'm
Yep.
sure that you can get branded ones that, like I said, that's really that type of cheap little
Yep.
thing that you know, there's countless different companies that'll slap your logo on any variety of products, and
No
you usually
joke,
have
I've
to
looked
order
it
in
up.
bulk. But honestly, if you wanted to make merch and have branded merch, that's probably one of the easiest and cheapest types of merch you could make.
Literally, I have looked into it, and the only thing that stopped me was fulfillment, because it was one of those things where it's like, if you
Oh,
want to
yeah.
get this, you're gonna have to order
You'd
like
have to.
200 branded grown tubes, and I'm like,
And then you'd have to mail them out yourself. That there's
Yeah.
not going to be a service that will mail them out individually because they are so darn cheap that they're not going to be
Yep.
made if they're not in bulk.
Maybe if it was like really cool printed and you could like print all over, but it's always like you can have a one color like 3-inch long logo on it, and I'm
Mhm.
like, not worth it.
No.
Maybe someday.
Yeah, maybe someday we'll get a specialized merch maker that can get grown tubes, but today
Exactly.
is not quite that day.
Yep, someday I can't. I've tried though. The fact that I actually have looked up custom grown tubes before, like that is not something I would have expected to be doing with my life.
I feel like everyone has those instances of just, you know, content creation as a whole leads to you doing and saying and considering things that you would have never considered otherwise.
Yeah. You're like, how did I get here? I don't know.
Just sort of tracing back and like, okay, every decision I've made in my however many years of life have led to this moment somehow. How?
How? But like, I have so many questions. How did we get here?
Why are we here? Just to groan.
Just a grown. Yeah, we have a lot of grown tube related things though in our chat. We always are like, she groaning on my tube till I like that's a common one. If I could customize a grown tube to just say that on it, I think that'd be amazing.
Just with the onomatopoeia, or she groaning on my tube?
She groaning on my tube, you know.
Mhm.
I do want to make grown tube like themed merch at some point, but it just seems wrong if I can't also provide grown tubes, you know?
Yeah. That, you know,
It's
it'll be easy enough to get that
BYOG.
emote or something of your model with the grown tube, you know, on a
Yeah.
t-shirt or on a mouse pad or whatever. But like you said,
Exactly.
that it's not the same if you don't actually have the grown tube with it. That
Just doesn't
like,
feel right.
maybe what it would be is, well, no, because it would still need to be shipped out somehow. I was going to say maybe you have it bundled in that, you know, every purchase gets a
Right?
free grown tube, but
I wish.
the ideal here is obviously so you don't have to be the one managing the fulfillment,
Yes.
and that like unless you have a very specialty, you know, small in-house
Yeah.
group doing your stuff, that you couldn't mail them the thing and say, hey, just throw this in with every box or whatever.
Unless Fourth Wall was willing to really work out a specialty
Yeah.
just for me.
Eh. I'm not going to begrudge them for saying that that's a little bit beyond practicality, but
Yeah,
like I said,
probably.
we'll find a solution sometime eventually.
Someday, yeah. That's the dream.
Well, besides grown tubes, you do quite a bit. You've been around for a fair while. I can't even remember where I first heard of you, but it's been a minute. And I'm really glad to have you here today. Really happy to see folks hanging out in chat, groaning along with us.
Groaning with us, let's go. Yeah, it doesn't feel like I've been streaming that long, but then it's like you reach this point after a year where you start to see people who have like subs where their months subbed is like in the double digits, and you're just like, whoa, like
Yeah.
have I really been at it this long now? It just doesn't feel like I have, but time
Yeah.
flies, you know.
Yeah, for me that I chose to never actually take affiliate, but for me it's been that just slowly climbing number. And like I said, this is episode 110. Crossed
Yeah,
into triple digits just a little while ago, and
that's
also just sort of
crazy.
watching folks that I've had on the show that miraculously, at last count, over 90% of the folks I've had on the show are still active.
That's awesome.
That
That's huge,
some
actually.
Yeah, and frankly, I wasn't sure because content creation as a whole, and it's not just VTubing, that people come and people go.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
but it's been really neat that some folks do stream less than others, but you'll still see them around, and that they've not formally stopped. There's a small handful, but uh, the bigger exciting thing has just been seeing folks that I had on, episodes 15, 20, 30,
Mhm.
and their growth since that time.
That's
And just
cool. It's like
being like, I knew
benchmarks.
them back when. I had absolutely, I will never claim any responsibility or influence on their success, but I get to say I always knew that they were really cool and that they had
Yeah,
the
you got
ability
good
to, yeah.
taste. You've got great taste. Yeah. That's what your number shows with, like you said, like with like 90% of people still being around that you've interviewed. That just shows you've got an eye for like who the like really dedicated content creators are.
Well, I think part of it is just that I look for people who are having fun, who I think I can hold a conversation with. That
Yeah.
I don't care what type of VTuber you are, whether you're, hyper niche, just someone who does ASMR, someone who does art, someone who does Souls-like games, someone who does a bit of everything. That when I hop around, I'm literally just thinking, are they someone I could talk to for a couple of hours?
Yeah.
And usually the folks that seem like they would be fun to talk to are the folks that seem like they're just having fun, and that, is the not so secret to success in content creation, or perhaps not
Yes.
necessarily success, but to longevity in content creation, that if
Mhm.
you're having fun, that you're going to continue.
Yep. It's contagious. Having fun is contagious. People want to be around that
Mm-hmm.
100%.
And I guess that's sort of just played into the inherent likelihood of folks continuing to have fun. But yeah, it's nice, and those types of in jokes, whether it be groan tubing or I feel like each community has at least one or two of their own things,
Yes.
and it's just those little jokes that start off with one incident, and it's a joke that just keeps getting strung along. And that for whatever reason, something really latches onto the brain of the community, and they
Yeah.
just keep the train going until it is a thing. And then once it's a thing, there's no stopping it. It's.
Yep.
I feel like there's so many things every day that have the potential to become a thing, and it's just, statistically, all right, what is it going to be?
That's like my favorite part, not just about having a streaming community, but being part of other streaming communities, is like when you're around long enough that you start to pick up on those weird little like inside jokes and stuff.
Or
Like,
that you get to say, I was there when the event happened, when the
Yeah.
thing happened. I was there for that moment.
yes.
And then, however many months later, seeing new people come into the community and say, so what's this all about? What's grown tubing all about? And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I feel like the knowledgeable
story for you.
sage. I was there when the lore was written.
That's why I like the moments feature on Twitch. I think that was like one of the coolest things they've implemented in the past
Yeah.
couple of years, was the moments, because it's really fun seeing people with the moments badges and like how it's actually like tied to a clip where you can actually go see how they earned that. It's so
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and setting it aside from just a normal clip, because obviously, there's lots of clippable moments every day, and that's great. And I think clips
Mhm.
is frankly one of the best features that Twitch has. But
Yes.
the ability to signify and celebrate, all right, this one was particularly
special.
wild. This was
Yeah.
something that that for the grown tube thing, you might not have even known in that moment how much that would become a thing. That
Right?
moments are
I
the
had no
ones where
idea.
right then, this is something I want to remember.
Yep. And if, in fact, one of the moments on the channel is related to Grown Tubes. It happened later. But it was when Steez came in to chat. He's like a dear friend, and he was like one of my first, if not my first, friends in the VTuber community.
And a past guest on
And
this show.
yeah, love Steez. He bought a domain name. He bought groantubes.com, and it actually redirects to my stream. It redirects to my Twitch page. So if you go to groantubes.com, it will literally bring you back to my channel.
Is he the one that bought Jummy her URL?
I don't think so. I think Jummy, that might have been one of her community members. I can't remember.
Okay, yeah, because I know she got the URL sillylittleguy.com
yeah, silly little guy.
as a gift, and I couldn't remember. All right, is he's just the serial URL
serial
gifter
domain buyer?
Yeah, just because hey, it's a really smart and unique gift of just hey, I found this, and obviously that's not a gift you can get for everyone, but for a content creator, that if you can find a good URL like that it's not necessarily something you're going to even think to get for yourself. And that
it's extremely funny when you pull it up on stream too, because they're like, just go to this website, trust me, and you're like, oh my god, mods, please make sure this is not something awful. But it's like, if it's someone you trust, you're like, okay, I trust you. And then you pull it up on stream, and all of a sudden you're looking at like an infinite view of your stream because you're just
and it's
it's so funny.
So is that how he gave it to you? Was it in the middle of a stream?
Yeah, he literally was like, good. Please go to groantubes.com right now. And I was like, oh no, what have you done? I was like so scared. I was like, please don't be pranking me right now. And then I pull it up, and it was just infinite loop of my stream. Yeah. It was so good. Incredible bit, like incredibly hilarious bit. And now it's fun to be able to drop that on people when they come into stream and go like, is that a what's a groan tube? That's a question I get a lot, is like people come into stream and go, what's a groan tuber? Because they see my tag, which is why I keep it, because a lot of people are like,
oh yeah, it gets people curious. It starts conversation.
Yes. Like nobody's gonna find me by searching it, but it might get them curious enough to click into stream and go, what the hell is that? And it happens, and I go, I don't know, guys, what is a groan tuber? And then everybody starts spamming groan tube emotes, and somebody will inevitably redeem one of my groan tube redeems, and the chat about it being a website will come up, and it's just, yeah, it's a fun little in-joke.
It's smart marketing.
And then Pumpkin brought up the child moment. That's another like constant inside joke on our stream, is the I smoked once moment.
I don't know what this is, but I can already imagine a couple of different ways this could go.
It's interesting. So I'm an 18+ channel, 18+ community. Not necessarily because it's like a constant barrage of like
it's
adult content. We talk about adult stuff, but
I have Vtuber Talk marked as a mature channel, so you're fine with anything here as long as it's not against TOS, doesn't get me banned. Swearing's allowed, so no worries about that, because I have had super say-so family-friendly folks on the show, but I've also had adult content creators on the show, and I want to make sure folks can always be themselves on the show, so no worries there. But yeah, I also understand that 18+ doesn't necessarily mean adult content. It just means all right, not for children, for one reason or another.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, for me, the streaming is like fairly personal. It's like we're having conversations, and for me, I'm like, I personally just don't want to talk to children as a 31-year-old person. Like, I think that there should be spaces curated for children, but I am not one of those. So it's just more of like, if I'm gonna have a Discord, if I'm going to interact one-on-one with people and talk about the things that I talk about, because I'm a bit unhinged sometimes and I can't reel that in, so I'm just like, I would rather it be 18+.
A bit unhinged in the VTuber community? I can't imagine.
No. But yeah, so I had someone come into chat that I very highly suspected was a child, because you can tell when they're chatting.
And that was their excuse, their proof of legitimacy as an adult.
It was. I played it off. I basically said, I'm not calling anybody out in particular, but this is an 18+ channel, and if you were a child, it would be best if you exited before you end up getting yourself kicked, So I was like, follow the rules. And I didn't call out their username, but then the user whose name was Roblox is awesome.
Oh no. Oh no, how to out yourself as a minor
Right?
without saying you're a minor.
I was like, how could we know? They go, I'm not a child. I can prove it. And I'm just like, yeah, I would love to hear it.
Go
I'd love to hear you can
on.
prove it. And they go, I smoked once. And the whole chat just erupted. They were like, that is the funniest. Like, I banned them immediately, obviously, but that was the funniest moment. We were all just absolutely dying. And everyone who was like an actual adult in my chat started being like, I would have said like, oh my God, yet another joint stopped working this morning when I woke up. My back hurts. I hate taxes.
That's the real passphrase of just my knees hurt. That would have actually made you pause and say, okay, hold on, they might be legitimate here.
All right, maybe I was too quick to judge.
I'm sure a couple of adults play Roblox. Statistically not many.
No,
but...
absolutely. But yeah, it was a 3 strikes you're out type situation. Like 1, the Roblox thing. 2, they were just saying some stuff that was very much like, okay, you're a child. And then 3 was the I smoked once.
Thank you, goodbye.
Yeah, classic though. Now we that's kind of like a code word now. If we suspect there's a minor in chat, we'd be like, I don't know if everybody in chat has smoked. And like my chat will know exactly what is going on. It's great. It's a great little code word.
Speaking of unique branding and in-jokes, one particular phrase that you have, and it's one that I used in the announcement tweet and that Magical Bard in the chat has here. Bisexual lightning personified.
Bisexual lighting. Have you heard of bisexual lighting before? There's a Wikipedia article for it with one of my favorite images of all time, which is it's just a 3D skeleton being lit by bisexual lighting, which is blue on one side and pink on the other.
Oh, yeah, I'm seeing that.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite images of all time. And it's just my favorite aesthetic. I love the blue to purple to pink lighting, the like kind of neon thing, but I didn't want to do like cyberpunk because that's not really my aesthetic, but I just love that, I don't know, that kind of lighting. And so like if you look in my hat, it's kind of a bi flag, even though it's gradient. It's like pink at the top, purple, and then blue. So so I'm just like a walking example of that Wikipedia article.
Yep, and here we have it.
Yep, there it is.
Exhibit A. That's
my little guy. I love that skeleton so much.
But now I'm thinking, so have you seen, there's a couple different versions of it, but it's sort of the dancing skeleton emote.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think I added
There's
it
like
to my
skeleton,
own.
please.
Oh, wait, I do have it. I do have it here. It's the Bone Zone.
Bone Zone, yeah, I love Bone Zone.
And now I'm just imagining that with this filter. We need the bisexual Bone Zone emote.
You're right. I need bisexual skeleton Bone Zone. Oh my God, I could totally do that too. It'd be super easy. I'm writing that down.
Please,
that down. That's a huge brain. That's huge brain ideas. Violating skeleton. It doesn't make sense, but it's the most accurate descriptor ever. It is. It's because when you cast blue light and pink light on the other, it makes the purple line in the middle just naturally, so it just turns into a biflag. Yeah, it's perfect.
I'm wondering how I haven't seen it. It's like, that's just... Because I've seen the bisexual flag before, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can see with the color gradient and just the general color palette that you use. Oh, but also, I did legitimately misread it as bisexual lightning.
It's kind of badass.
But yeah, because I was like, oh, that's super cool. Bisexual lightning, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I need to like make a lightning bolt. My flag in it. Oh my God, that's
Shout
so
out to
funny.
known bisexuals, Godzilla and King Kong.
Yes. Known. Is there like a Wikipedia list of like known bisexuals in media? I hope
I'm
they're
curious
listed.
now because I've never heard that before, but it's the type of thing they look and say, huh, I wonder. How does it work with kaijus?
No more Grease Lightning, it's bisexual lightning. By lightning!
Please, by all means, I don't like Grease as a musical. I think it's terrible. Don't get me on my rant about that show.
Oh no! We struck a nerve.
The TLDR is I think it has a horrible message.
That's very fair. Yeah, it's pretty awful. But it is also camp, so sometimes you can allow things if it's camp.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh my god. Are we rewriting Grease to be about bisexuality? I think that's better. I think we could make
it sounds like an improvement to the show to me.
We could fix it. We could absolutely fix it.
All right, now we just need to pitch this to Broadway, get a producer. We'll make this happen. Let's go.
We're gonna redo it, make it, just in time for Pride Month. It'll be perfect.
Yes. That's right. Yeah, we are just a day or two away from Pride Month. So gonna be seeing rainbows and fun flags everywhere.
Yes, I could give you a sneaky peek, a little sneak exclusive at something that's gonna be dropping in the merch shop, relevant to our conversation here for Pride Month.
Sure, exclusive right here on Vtuber Talk.
Exclusive. I haven't even shown my chat yet. Let me navigate to it. But I'm working on some stickers. Your reward
for tuning in, folks, for checking out Moon stuff, even when not on her channel. That you are going to be getting this super cool stuff, and we do have a couple other things that Moon's going to be showing off in a bit. So actually, this makes for a great starter.
Perfect. All right, let me drop one of the stickers that will be in the shop. Here we go.
Oh my god, that's so good.
I'm really proud of it. I've got a couple other ones too, but this one's very self-indulgent.
All right, 1 minute, because what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use this on the other screen so I can get this set up. But yeah, so we have several pieces of art that will be showing off because you are an artist that is a big part of your content of just doing art on stream. Where does art begin for you? Do you remember, drawing in art class when you were in elementary school and just really enjoying it? Did you take classes? Was it something you discovered later in life?
Yeah, I mean, my mom always kept a sketchbook when I was younger. So she did used to draw a decent amount, and she would do this thing where she would draw on one side of the page of the sketchbook, and then as a child I would draw on the other. And she always likes to rag on me about this. She was like, you can actually watch your progress because it starts as like little kid doodles, and then by the end it's like you're drawing better than I am.
Yeah, well, that's how art goes. That's how skills go. I'm not able to draw at all. It is not something I've ever really invested time or effort into. But I know that if I were to spend the time, effort, and years getting good at art that I could, that is not that I am physically incapable of it. I simply have no desire to be.
Exactly. I'm like, I think I get that a lot in chat of people being like, oh, you're so good at drawing. I can't even draw a stick figure. And I'm just like, I feel like drawing is one of the only things we do that with. Like creative stuff, I guess I should say, because I feel like musicians and like other creatives deal with it too. But it's like, you don't go up to someone who's like, who like is a mathematician and be like, oh my god, I could never, I can't even solve,
My
like
roommates in college were math majors, and I was in the business school, and I would just occasionally see them doing their problem sets and just like glance at their papers and be like, yeah, I'm glad you all like that, and I'm glad that I chose to not do that, because whatever is on your paper right now, it's probably actually some archaic like hieroglyph that is going to summon some terrible creature, and that you're actually unknowingly uncoding
literal magic.
Literal magic right now. But good on you. Glad
I'm
you
too
like
gay
that.
for math. Yeah, I'm too bi for math. I feel that. But like even just like when your plumber comes to your house as they're unclogging the big dookie that you just dropped in the toilet, you're like, oh my god, you're so good at plumbing. I couldn't get the dookie out of my toilet. Oh my god, you're so like it's like we just don't really do that with other careers for some
I never
reason.
really thought
Like
about it from that angle, but you're right.
like everybody's good at something and bad at other things, and it's like for some reason the creative sectors people love to like compare their own skill to yours instead of just like appreciating, like they feel the need to bring themselves down instead of just like admiring. So I usually discourage that kind of talk. If people in my chat are being like, I can't draw at all, I'm just like, you could if that was your choice, but I'm sure there's something that you do that I cannot do. There's a lot of things that I cannot do.
Oh yeah. Now, I very much enjoy the line from Ratatouille, anyone can cook, and that it's
Yes.
that concept of it's not that everyone is a great cook or that that just anybody can become a great cook.
Everyone's capable of it
but
with
that a
enough
great
time.
cook, that a great cook can come from anywhere, and that with that time, effort, and knowledge, that eventually you can get there. And that's just in general in life, that like you said, whether it's math, plumbing, art, content creation, that it's all learned skills. That
Absolutely.
there might be some level of innate skill in terms of like athleticism, that some people that just they are
you might
more
be at an advantage. I think the equivalent of that in the creative world, and I've talked about this before, is like, yeah, anyone could if they wanted to, but if you have an appreciation for art, if you have an attraction to art, if you like see art and really like admire it, that is going to predispose you to becoming good at art. Because like my day job, I've worked with like graphic design, and I have worked in the past at like agencies and like marketing departments and stuff like that. And there are people who simply cannot recognize whether art is good or not. Like they don't care. Like there are like sometimes they're gonna work with like CEOs and people who just don't have an appreciation for good
they don't
art.
have the eye for it.
They don't have the eye, and sometimes it can be really like a bummer, right? And I think that's where we see a lot of this like rise of like the AI and stuff like that. And it's like CEOs are like, sweet, cheap art, perfect, but it's not
and
good
anyone
art.
who knows art glance at it and is like, oh no, we're safer. There's no
exactly
chance.
Exactly. So I think that's like a huge part of it, is like if you can have an eye for good art, if you look at art and actually feel a desire to be good at art, or even just like can look at it and appreciate how much effort went into it, you already are at an advantage for getting better at it.
And while I do suspect that some folks who don't have an eye for art will start using AI logos, that if nothing else, marketing is analytics and data, and that enough folks, even if you don't consciously have the eye, that the things that I've seen, that it's sort of uncanny valley where you can detect that something's just a bit wrong, and that they're gonna do this and they're gonna put this out in the world, and they're not gonna get the returns that they want, and they will realize even if they don't understand art, they will understand numbers, and I suspect that they will then quickly get somebody who is actually an artist to do their logos. So it feels like an inevitability that someone will try it, and then inevitable that they will realize the folly of their ways.
Exactly. And even like I've had some good conversations about this. Like I've had a few community members of mine who were like concerned when there was like that really big conversation of it when it was kind of first popping up, where everybody was really scared of their art getting stolen and scraped and used for AI. And I mean, not that I'm not scared of that. I think every artist is in some way or another. But it was like my response that I put in my Discord server, because I had a lot of people kind of panicking. I had people DMing me being like, you need to start glazing your art. That, I don't know if you're familiar with glaze.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, for those in chat, if you don't know what glaze is, it's like a thing that you can run your art through that will hopefully, it puts kind of a texture over it and makes it more difficult for AI to recreate that style. But part of me is just like, sorry, I'm like losing my voice. Of course, the one day I go on an interview show, I'm like losing my voice. It's like an inevitability that AI will just continue to work around whatever tools we create to avoid it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Glaze works now, but how long until Glaze becomes
it gets
outdated?
bypassed.
It's just gonna be a game of cat and mouse with AI and artists, and it's gonna go back and forth. And so in my opinion, I'm like, I can change the quality of my art before I post it, which I would rather not, or and only for it to possibly just be
to not matter.
Not matter later. Or a lot of people are just like, I'm just not gonna post my art anymore because I'm too scared of it getting scraped. And I'm just like, in my opinion, that's the worst thing we can do.
Yeah, that's
the worst thing
far more
we can do.
self-destructive.
Because that means the only art we're ever gonna see, if we all take this path of being too scared to post our art anywhere. And some people are like, oh, it's just a couple certain sites or whatever. No, it doesn't matter. There's gonna be bots that are gonna go into your Discord server and scrape your art channel at some point. There's gonna be every little corner of the internet. There's no place that will be safe from AI scraping. I'll just say that. Unless
it sounds a little sad, but it's the type of thing of just, you're very right that it will become this game of cat and mouse, but that the concept of like stopping making or posting art is one, doing yourself no service. That obviously, art scraping, art theft, very bad. But at the same time, you're only going to hurt your brand, your business, your livelihood, and the harm that will come to you will be much faster if you just stop posting than the damage will be made in aggregate, because of just, statistically, you are a single artist, and you are the only artist that is you, and you're the only one that has to care about, your business, your livelihood. There are hundreds of thousands, millions of other sites, and even if 5% of all artists stop posting, that's not going to make a statistical difference.
Exactly. And like, that's where, in my opinion, I was like, I am not scared of someone stealing my art style and trying to be like, oh, if you put MOONBTCH as a prompt into, Midjourney, you'll be able to make art that looks like MOONBTCH's art. I'm like, I'm not scared of that, because what they can't AI generate is a community around their art. They can't AI generate a level of respect and desire to have a piece from an artist that you love and that you look up to, because that's the end product is not what people buy. They're not just there to get your art and that's it, disconnected. It doesn't exist in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
Like, people want art because they want something that I worked hard on, not just because of how it looks at the end. So I'm like, I personally don't feel threatened. For me personally, that's why I'm gonna keep posting my stuff. I'm gonna keep posting my art and sharing it, and welcoming more people in my community who are drawn to my art, because like that is something they can't replace. Like, there's no amount of AI generation. Yeah, Jack Bros can't AI generate these nuts.
Beautiful.
Why don't you go generate yourself some bitches, huh? Come on, like, leave my art alone.
The City Band says the trick is going to be how folks can make AI work for you and not against it. That obviously I'm not an artist, so I don't want to speak for artists, but I think that there will be ways that it can be figured out to ethically and practically use AI for good purposes, both in business and just, for personal inspiration, of just the idea of, okay, whatever program, spit me out a bunch of doodles of a field with sunflowers, and just, like, I'm not really sure where I want my composition to start, and I just need something to sort of, sort of things to potentially help me get over artist block. That
idea generation.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's like less like even like thumbnail generation and stuff like that, because I think that does still pull maybe like too much from like people's existing pieces. But small
this is all baseline assumption that whatever program you're using was ethically sourced, which is obviously
like Clip
an
Studio
entire other
got in
thing.
A lot of trouble and rolled back their proposal to do something similar to that. But there are little things like, even like, so for me, I'm in like live 2D rigging, It's like very small little in-program things that aren't going to affect your overall composition too much, but that are basic repetitive tasks that every artist does. And this goes for any industry. That's where I think the only like ethical place we can like work in AI is like these areas like this that are just like saving small amounts of time rather than taking away the creative process, because ultimately our goal for AI, right, should be to make our lives easier. It should not be to replace the enjoyable parts of stuff. It should be to take away the monotony.
Yeah, that in industry we have machines that do the repetitive task of literal assembly lines of all right, screwing bolts onto something, or painting something simple of just all right, we're having this thing coat our screwdrivers with red paint and then slap the brand on them. That those are repetitive tasks that humans used to have to do, and that now we don't have to do that, and that's a good thing at the end of the day. That it gives people more time to invest in more complex, more creative things, and that I could see there being, I could honestly believe there already being this type of tech in art programs, and I just don't know because, like I said, not an artist, of just a button that says, okay, I want to make sure that all my lines on this large complex shape are connected. Little AI tool, make sure to, if you detect any broken line in this field that I am now designating, connect them.
Yeah, like in Live 2D, there's like we're getting some AI tools within Live 2D, which is what I use to like rig my model and do my animations and stuff. And they're not like, hey, generate a whole model from scratch. Instead, it's like things like, once you've imported your model, do you want us to just do an approximation of where you want the head range of motion to be, right? Like from
the baseline
left to right, do you want us to just kind of like auto place some stuff so that you can get into the finer detail of it, but like the base level amount of work is done? And then people are like, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that's okay and ethical to use AI for.
When you open a Word document, it automatically places your margins and your font and your size at a baseline thing that you don't need to go in and say, all right, new document, what do I want the font to be? Where do I want the margins to be? That creating a templated workspace almost.
Exactly.
And, that's not AI. That is,
it's not writing the paper for you, but it's taking some menial tasks away.
Yeah.
Because they learned what are common things that everybody's using.
Yeah. What is a baseline standard for a workspace?
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely like where I sit on a lot of that stuff. I'm like, I'm not I'm not flat out against, and it's not even AI. I think it's silly that we are even calling it AI.
Oh, yeah,
it's machine learning. It's like so silly.
It's machine learning. It's a algorithmic intelligence, not artificial intelligence. But it is unfortunate that obviously some bad actors have sort of gotten first to market and given things a bad name, and obviously done very real harm to people.
Yep.
That
I think one of the scariest instances I saw of it, and what cemented me in being like, you know what, I don't even care about posting and stuff anymore. I'm just gonna keep going as usual and like let my work speak for itself and build up my own reputation, was the fact that there were people going into the art category of Twitch, finding people's work in progress, things that they were actively live streaming, taking a screenshot and then finishing it with AI and posting it before they could. I thought that was the slimiest thing I have ever seen with AI art out of all of them. That was just so low and disgusting. And I was like, at that point, like, so it's like, if they'll even go to Twitch and grab screenshots, like, there is no safe spot. There's no safe way to do it, aside from just, you just got to keep posting so that we don't end up with feeds full of AI generation that have no soul and have stolen all of their styles from actual artists.
Yeah. But one thing I do wonder is, at what point do these, scraping bots start to sort of circle in on themselves?
Right, they start scraping AI-generated art.
Their own AI-generated things, and what does that start doing? Because my guess is that then it sort of is just going to be likely to exacerbate the issues that we already see of just, one of the classic things for AI art is it can't do fingers. They can't do fingers.
They got like 8 fingers.
And hair is if it's anywhere near things, that it's going to do weird stuff. And that if, obviously there is a lot of AI art being turned out right now, and that statistically, like, just the amount of it, these AI bots that it's not one big central big bad bot that's doing all the things. It's a bunch of
Yeah, it's
different
not
bunch of different
Skynet.
programs. And even if these folks are going to write in, all right, make sure that like it puts on its own glaze on things. Of anytime AI program A makes a thing, it has some invisible watermark that while it's scraping around for new content, that it knows not to pick up its own stuff.
Yep.
That it might not pick up its own stuff. But what about the hundreds of other AI programs that are not going to have that, and that they're going to start collecting all that as well? And like, it makes me wonder, when does that end up being self-destructive to the bots? And I kind of look forward to that.
Yeah, and there's also the side of things where like things are a trends too, and like my hope is that while it's blowing up and it's hot topic right now, is that eventually maybe just things will settle and it won't be as like in your face and constant. Like, like remember when like the the like apes, the NFT apes were like everywhere, and now it's like anyone who uses that is like a fucking loser now.
That's the I smoked in an image.
Yeah, it's like okay, so it's like it's tough to like know, like it seems very overwhelming right now, and I still hold out hope that maybe it will just like we will socially condemn it so badly that people will just think you're really cringe for using it, and it'll just become a smaller subset of people again.
And meanwhile, good actors who have ethically sourced programs and designs and capabilities that are actually going to be helpful and not predatory will be able to develop their programs, get them out there in the world, and that it won't just be these problematic ones.
Honestly, the best thing that we can hope for, implying that they weren't always losers. I think there were some people who like genuinely didn't understand what AI was doing and how much of it was being stolen. Like I genuinely think there were some people
I think there was a
who
lot of folks who weren't
bad.
artists. That
exactly. They weren't informed. And they didn't realize like how much of it was like like here's how my biggest thing of showing just how much of it is actually like pixel for pixel being like scraped from things was did you see when ArtStation had a big protest? A lot of these huge artists on ArtStation that were populating the front page turned all of their art, they changed the front image of it into this symbol that was like no AI, a big red circle with like a no through it with no AI. And then consequently, a lot of things that were scraping ArtStation for inspiration suddenly had that
from the front
logo
page
all over it.
Ha!
Yeah, and in really messed up ways, but it just showed how much it was literally copying from pieces, right? It was not learning and like it wasn't truly learning. A lot of it was just like pixel for pixel being pasted in. And so like I think that's where I don't know, like that's where people just didn't realize the ethical issues with it, like they didn't realize it was really truly like scraping stuff. I think the other ethical issues that I've seen pop up were there are artists who have passed that are now having their art being scraped and having Midjourney and stuff making art based off of their work posthumously, and I think that is incredibly disrespectful and one of like the least that's the most dehumanizing thing I think you could do to an artist.
Like that if somebody wants to say in their will, I sound mind authorize that upon my passing that whether designated individual program or my works may become public domain for use in AI generation, that if these folks passed centuries before this, the idea of using that's just
like there are people who died in the past like 5 years. Somebody died I think about a year ago, I forget which artist this was, and within the week of his passing somebody created a module like specifically to recreate his art
I think
style.
that was the mangaka for Berserk.
Well, was it? Or it might have been, but I think that might have happened too, and then I think there was multiple, I think it happened to multiple artists, and I was just like, that is just it makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach. It really does. I think that's just like, that is so disrespectful, and like, like that is where I think we need to start like legislating against it. Honestly, like for visual arts and for creative writing, because we're also
if memory
relating
serves,
to a stream I did with Pren the other day. We brought this up on Pren's stream, was that they proved that a lot of these like creative writing places were scraping from places they did not have permission to scrape from, because there was, I don't know if you're familiar with something called the Omegaverse.
I'm familiar with the concept. It is it is something that I have crossed in my many years on the internet and said, "You all enjoy that. I'll be over here."
Y'all have fun. Stay safe. I'm gonna stay over here. But yeah, so the Omegaverse has played a crucial role in proving just how much they are scraping from sources they don't have permission to scrape from, because the Omegaverse only exists in fan fiction, not in published works, and not in stock work or anything that would have been made available to the public to be used like that. It only exists in fan fiction. That definitely is not cool with being scraped by AI, and yet AIs seem to be able to understand the full context of Omegaverse stuff. If you prompt them, they will give you like in-universe answers that make sense that they would only understand. So Omegaverse, thank you for helping in the fight against AI.
Yeah, that's again of how did we get here? Things we didn't expect.
Yep.
Of yeah, AI spinning off of the, one of the spiraling fan fiction universes of just
Yeah.
Fun fact, AO3, it was a couple years ago, did get entered in as, no, it wasn't a world record. It won, I forgot what type of writing award it was, but the entirety of AO3 won for, like, collective work of some
As
sort.
it should.
It's like, no.
It's a historic piece of, like, if we lost AO3, it'd be like the Library of Alexandria.
It won
like,
the Hugo
we
Award.
cannot lose this. It's such a huge, massive, like, resource of human, like, just humanity, really.
AO3 won the Hugo Award for Best Related Work.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's crazy. How do you even, like, give AO3 in general award? Like, who receives that?
It's kind of like the Time Magazine Person of the Year 2006.
Wait, what was that? Oh, was it you?
You.
That's funny. That's hilarious. Just pointing finger.
Yeah. If memory serves, it was like they even put, I think, on Time Magazine sort of reflective
like a mirror
screen on the cover, that it was
That's
you,
brilliant.
anybody who had posted anything on the internet.
As a graphic designer, that is brilliant. That just like, oh, that would have been so fun to design. Oh, that would have been so fun.
Speaking of graphic design, I do have the exclusive set up here, so
Oh,
let's
yeah?
go.
Oh, my
Bihexual.
Pride Month special. Look forward to this in the merch shop soon. On the 1st. Starting the 1st. I have some other less specific label ones. Like I've got some that are just kind of general Pride Month stuff, but I wanted to do something, as the bisexual lighting personified, I needed to make one for me.
Yes. And I love the little bits under the hat that you have, the pink to blue, and you also have the stars and the little constellation. It's very, very nice.
I love puns. I love wordplay. Despite the fact that I will groan at them in chat, it is still... I appreciate some good wordplay, and I couldn't resist this one. It was just too perfect.
Yeah,
Bisexual lightning. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Hey, there's the free sticker
New
design
sticker
idea.
Yeah. Maybe next drop we do bisexual lightning. Oh my gosh.
So do you have a single size print for these in mind, or is it going to be a couple different ones?
It'll be through Fourth Wall, and they kind of just like auto do it, so you'll be able to choose like I think anywhere like 3, 4, or 5-inch stickers.
Nice.
And I think fairly soon we're gonna be getting bumper stickers, which I can't wait to design some of those because I think that'd be hilarious. I love stupid bumper stickers. They're so good.
At what point in your art journey did you go from thinking, okay, I enjoy art class and I enjoy doodling? When did it become a consideration of, oh, this is a viable career path?
Let's see. I mean, so I had a lot of like artists in my family. Like my great grandma did a lot of like painting, and then my uncle is an art teacher. So it was like pretty early in my life that like my uh like passion for art just like I never got like that. I know a lot of artists talk about how like their family's kind of unsupportive with art. Like I never got that. I was only ever encouraged. Like I said, my mom was literally like having me draw, and then like during the summer I would visit my uncle, and he would like give me basically a little one-on-one art class and stuff. And like so art was always really really encouraged for me from like a really young age. And then that was just kind of what I latched onto. I don't know, as like a passion. Was doing art, especially when like I started to get involved when I was more like middle school age. Was like, you know, uh, TV shows like watching it for kids. So I grew up in the country, for some context, like out in the middle of nowhere. So I did not have much my like internet access, and I didn't have like a lot of TV channels. And the thing that I really latched onto was like for kids TV,
Well,
like
that's the whole thing
anime.
of just like that's. I have this mini rant of why 4Kids is actually the savior of North American anime.
Yeah,
That
for
uh,
real.
that a lot of the different changes, the most infamous localizations that they did, first off, in all likelihood, had to be approved by the creators. But second, that it was more often than not done because 4Kids, unlike Toonami, was on public broadcast.
Yes.
Public broadcast, which is subject
Saturday
to
morning
FCC
cartoons.
regulations.
Yep.
FCC regulations, which include you can't show a gun, you can't show a child in mortal peril, you can't show smoking.
Mhm.
Like a lot of these things that, yes, 4Kids did a whole bunch of localization, Americanization things that were not legally required. But there was a
Yep.
ton of stuff that was legally
They
required
had
too.
to, yeah.
But at the same time, 4Kids made a very deliberate choice to not be on cable because in
Yeah.
mid late 90s, early 2000s, that everyone nowadays thinks of are cable or streaming services as completely ubiquitous, and it basically is now, especially cable.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
back then, that if you live in the country, that cable was not everywhere, and that being on public broadcast, that they got into more homes, more kids got to grow up watching Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh,
Yeah.
all these other shows
Like
that
I
they
didn't
would
have
not have seen
Cartoon
otherwise.
Network. I didn't have Nickelodeon. I didn't have a lot of the experience being exposed to like animation stuff that a lot of other kids had. I just had that one little block of shows that was like
Mm-hmm.
it just caught my attention so much, and I always liked cartoons and stuff, but like animation always like drew me. But I never could really get the hang of like animating, but just art, like just seeing the art of that's in animation even just made me want to draw more. So once I did get access to internet, like I don't know how I kind of stumbled into this. I don't know if it was through friends at school or what, but I know I basically became like very into DeviantArt.
We all
DeviantArt
had at
was
least one of
huge
those
special
friends.
interest. Yeah.
But
and I think
DeviantArt
that was
legitimately
like
was
the
in a good place and at the right place at the right time.
it was magical. Okay, everybody loves to rag on DeviantArt for like having inflation porn on the homepage or some shit like that, right? What we don't discuss enough is how it was the best like art centered community. Despite all its flaws, it was the best way to like grow as an artist and be supported as a young artist and find community as a young artist. Like there was a lot of awful stuff on there, but that's just the internet in general, right?
That's
But like
statistics, that anytime you get a large
yeah.
number of people, the larger the group, the more inevitable it is that at least a couple of them are going to be bad actors.
Yep. It was the only place where you could post your art and actually grow an audience for it at the time. Like we didn't have Instagram at the time. Facebook was very much meant to be like family and local friends. Like it was a time that was like it's just different, and there's nothing like it. There really isn't. There is not a place now to post your art like you could on DeviantArt, where you would get a feed of art like that. It's just not the same. It's just nothing quite like it, and I'm thankful for it because it did like foster this very quick growth in art for me because of the fact that there were so many great resources on there. There was tutorials, there was I was being inspired by some of the greatest artists out there, like Loish. Like, I mean, there's like digital art. It was this huge, it was like a renaissance for art as digital art. You know what I mean? Like it normalized digital art as a medium instead of it just kind of being this niche side thing. It made it extremely accessible to learn about and had a ton of like just learning resources and stuff. So I grew really quickly as an artist once I became old enough to be able to like go on DeviantArt and engage in that community. And that's when I started. I would say that was probably like 7th or 8th grade, like middle school, is when that started happening. And that's when I just started growing really, really quickly. And by the time I hit like high school, I was making some pretty advanced level stuff. And I was, again, in a little country town. I think my graduating class was like in the low 40s. Like,
oh my goodness.
Very small school.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a lot of learning resources from my school itself. In fact, a lot of times I'd end up teaching my teacher more about digital art than he was able to teach me.
Ooh.
You still pick up the foundations from art classes and stuff, but like digital art specifically, you know. And so I ended up like learning so much about art in that time and then I started applying for like scholarships. And I ended up getting like a Scholastic scholarship, or not a scholarship. I got like a Scholastic portfolio key and stuff.
Jummy!
Dummy!
Jummy, thank you
Hi,
for the
Jummy!
raid. Welcome on in, silly little guys.
Hey. Hi, Queen.
Hello,
How's it
everybody.
going?
Welcome on in. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with Moon right now. I actually talked with Jummy just last week. I think that our VOD is still up for another day or two, and it'll be up on YouTube shortly. But Jummy, welcome on in. Hey, louder than everyone else.
I love my Jumpster. You guys are getting a little sneaky peeky of a Pride Month sticker that's going to be releasing in a couple days here.
Yes, yeah, that we actually are just about to go through some of Moon's art. We were talking about the history of DeviantArt, some of her origins as an artist, why 4Kids Entertainment actually is a savior of North American anime because it got anime to be accessible for folks and act as sort of a point of inspiration for a not insignificant number of artists. And that we have here the Bihexual sticker, which is going to be up on Moon's shop come Pride Month. So definitely, if this interests you, that looking at some of the other stickers that she has, they'll be available in 3x3, 4x4, and 5.5 by 5.5 versions.
Hi, San. Hi, Carrie. Welcome in, everybody.
Yes, welcome on in. Let me get Jummy a shout out, and I saw a couple other
Follow my Jessie
guests in there. See you, Gamer Goblin Gary. You see a couple other folks that were in here last week for Jummy show as well. So thanks for stopping on by, Jummy. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. If you need to rest, get some food, water, just enjoy the rest of your day. Well, actually, it's night for you. It's probably, about midnight for you. So maybe it's just sleep. But do whatever you need to do. Thanks for dropping by.
I have a feeling Jummy's going to play Minecraft. Am I correct? Jummy's gonna probably just keep playing Minecraft. Oh my goodness. Perhaps. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Caught in 4K.
Oh my goodness.
So, this next piece we have is another one that you've been working on recently, but you mentioned that it's the first time that it's been shown in its entirety outside of the streams it's been worked on. And this is a massive file that when I imported this into OBS, that usually, when you put an image in, it's just going to blink up immediately. That there was, it didn't take too long, but there was a half-second delay between when I imported it and when it appeared. And my
that's
computer,
just the size that is for desktop.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And I apologize. It's going to be a little bit crunched here because I had to, well, first off, the actual size of this was way bigger than the actual the screen size itself. And I had to crunch it even more to make sure that it fits here. But this piece of art is one that you've been working on recently, and it's actually going to be the design for a upcoming desk mat.
Yeah. So it's only been shown on stream. I haven't posted it to Twitter or anything like that yet. I want to wait until I get the desk mat sample in, which is supposed to get here on the 1st. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting to get my desk mat sample in, but I got the print sample in and it came out so good. I'm so excited to put it in the merch shop. But I was actually, last night on stream, I was working on animating this to be my new starting soon screen. So I'm using Live 2D to animate it. So we got quite a bit of progress done last night. I think I worked on it for about like 6 hours last night.
Very nice.
I'm so proud of this one.
There's so much detail in this that, you know what, I'll probably cause OBS do some weird things, but just, there's so much in here. Look at the amount of detail in this, just the shading, everything from the hair, the way the lighting does, the little cosmos, everything. That this still isn't the full size of the image. It's a very big image.
It's very large. I think it's like 6,000 wide or something like that.
Whatever it was 10 times the size of every other image you sent me. But it was
because I'm gonna probably be zooming in and out for the final animation, so I want it to be like super crispy. Plus, I'm actually gonna be offering it as like a massive print. Like the smallest print it's gonna be offered in is 12 by 18. I'm gonna actually have like poster size. Like this will be available in 24 by 36, like huge.
Well, hey, if this art interests you, then be sure to keep an eye on MOONBTCH.com, because you do also have that URL as well, just the standard one.
Yes. As soon as I get that desk mat approved, they'll go up in the shop. I was working on this to essentially kind of preemptively get ready to celebrate hitting 10K, because I think like 400 some away from that right now.
Hey,
it's getting very close.
So if for some reason you aren't already following her, here's a chance, giving her a shout out right now to get her ever closer to 10K.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It kind of feels like a fake number. Like it's like it doesn't feel real, and I think when I see my number become like just
6
change
figures.
that, yeah, I think I'm gonna actually just like
5 figures. I can do math.
Hey, we already established neither one of us can do math.
Yeah.
So.
It's like, I'm actually all right at math. I'm good up through algebra. It's calculus and I that don't get along.
That's so valid. I never even took it. I very specifically took my pathing for all of my classes so that I could take the stuff I was really good at and then skip all the stuff I was bad at.
Yep.
Do the bare minimum of that.
Yeah, I took calculus in high school and got the AP credit to make it so I satisfied my one baseline math requirement.
Yep.
And it was so happy that I never had to take another math class again. It was like, algebra is all right. I understand how algebra conceptually gets used in everyday life. That's fine. I don't need to know derivatives in everyday life.
Yeah, I'm like, I will leave. I can think creatively very well, but when it comes to like practical stuff and like thinking mechanically and thinking like mathematically, I'm like, nope. I don't even. I don't know, just like base stuff. I feel like a genuine like fail girl most of the time. Like just trying to do like basic stuff. I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't want to do that. I just turned into this whiny little baby. I'm like so capable in other ways, but they're like most stuff. I just like I don't know what I'm doing at any time.
Yeah, math is scary. Also, I missed a couple of follows. Ariel, Heartfilia, All Ender 4, Kingsley 82, Fire Destru, and the Tom Canuck and Bearded Breadman. And
there's Brad. That's my
Gothia.
husband.
Hey, welcome on
He's
in.
outing me in chat.
Uh-oh.
How dare you?
Bad
I'm
with
very
directions.
bad with directions. I'm so bad with directions. I get lost all the time.
I'm great with directions in that I'm great using Google Maps.
Yeah, I actually have had an actual honest to God mental breakdown in a car because Google Maps like was out of range, out of service, and I was like, I had no idea where I was, and I was like, I'm gonna die here.
Yeah, even when I go around town to places that are near where I live, unless it's a place that I have been to like 20 times and can go to
Yep.
reflexively, that the first 10 times I go to a place, probably I'm gonna be using Google Maps or another
Yep.
GPS app of some sort.
Absolutely. Yep. Oh my god, I'm the exact same way. I feel you so hard on
Just,
that.
and if nothing else, even if I'm like 99% sure I know where I'm going, I'm like, let's just have this here just in case, because, I don't want to be late, or I don't want to be spinning around on the highway having to, do different exits and turn around, because then if I take one wrong turn, then I'm completely screwed.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's so embarrassing too. Like, it feels like such a basic function that somebody should have, but then when
There's a
you
lot of
get
places in the
lost,
world. There's a lot of places in a single town.
Yeah. Oh my god, my parents used to like really shame me for it a lot. They were just like,
There was
"What
no
is
art
wrong with
shame, it
you?
was
You've been here a
direction
million
shame.
times." I was like, "I don't know. I can't."
But yes, here we have, even bigger than the Earth, we have the stars, the cosmos. I can't tell if that's an eclipse or a black hole, but obviously, space, moon, literally being your brand. That I suppose this isn't a shocking image to see, but where did the inspiration for this particular composition come from?
I really wanted something that so the number one thing I actually wanted to do this before I even decided I was gonna make a starting soon screen. I knew I wanted to make a starting soon screen because my friend, if you see Sadivan in chat, he actually composed my theme song, and it's awesome. It's super cool. But I wanted a starting soon screen that would like live up to how like badass it sounds, because mine is kind of has almost like a lo-fi vibe right now, and I was like, just doesn't match the music. So I knew in the back of my mind I wanted to make a starting soon screen, and then the other side of me was like, I wanted to make desk mat merch really badly because I play Magic the Gathering, and I wanted to use the desk mat as a play mat. I wanted to have my
How
own
did this not come up in our
personalized
conversation
playmat.
earlier in the week, Moon? I very rarely get to talk Magic the Gathering with folks because Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty big in the VTuber community. I hope
Yeah, it is,
when
yeah.
Kamigawa Neon Dynasty came out, I was like, okay, this is literally like the cyberpunk techno set. They had a collaboration with Hatsune Miku. If anything was going to get the VTuber community into Magic the Gathering, it was that set, and nothing happened.
I did have quite a few friends that I saw doing like either pack openings and stuff. Like
there are a couple.
Party Demoness was really into Kamigawa. But yeah.
that there are a couple. They are around, and Min and I have actually done some Magic the Gathering streams. We've done set reviews. Actually, the past couple sets were just go over the cards and the art. So they are around, but relatively few in number. And I missed somewhere along the line that you're into Magic as well. So hell yeah.
It's weird because it's like I have a weird secondary relationship with Magic where it was never a passion of mine, but it is my husband's number one thing that he's into. And so I absorbed a lot of it just like through him, through osmosis. And I never used to like understand anything about it. I thought it was awful. I hated it. I was like, ugh, this game's too complicated. It makes me think.
It's one of the more
like
simplistic TCGs out there. I still say it's much simpler than Yu-Gi-Oh.
I never played like any of the card games, right? So I just had like it was just like too much reading. My ADHD was like, no, I'm sorry.
Very fair, very fair.
Like I just can't. But when you live with someone and they that's their main thing, and when all your friends meet up to play Magic, and so the only time you really get to hang out with them is when we're playing Magic, eventually you just pick up on it. And I kind of gave in over the pandemic, and that was when it was like, he was like, please, I don't have anyone to play with.
Plus the art is good. Like there are actually full art and
that.
concept books that they've released, and like these are big tomes. They aren't cheap, unfortunately, but they're really nice. And that there's actually, I've told Min about this as well, that there is actually the MTG art market where there's a significant amount of card art that is done digitally nowadays, but there's still a significant amount of traditional art that's done. And even the digital art usually will have physical sketches or color studies, and that then the artist will do something digital, and that most of these end up just going out for sale. That while Wizards
Yeah.
buys the commercial rights, they have no reason to purchase the original. So
Yeah.
these pieces can actually be purchased, and I've only ever bid on a single piece myself, but it's cool seeing the originals, the artists standing next to them, and also just seeing them getting paid
Yeah.
as the auctions go on.
That was 100% like something that influenced my art styles. I've always loved fantasy art, like
Mm.
whether it's like Magic the Gathering art or just stuff like that. I love big epic fantasy art. I always have. I always thought it was really cool. Like there was a time where I was like, bucket list goal would be so cool to be able to do a magic art, right? Like to be able to be a magic card artist. I don't know that that's doable.
There is a non-zero number of folks who have posted Magic the Gathering art on DeviantArt, on ArtStation, on Reddit, who will then later post saying, they contacted me, that I got reached out to by the creative team, that they have sourced some number of their artists from just public and fan art, and that that is not a unattainable goal. It is a difficult one for sure. That
It's difficult.
but at this point in time, the pool of artists that Magic the Gathering uses, it's not just one or two folks on an internal art team.
It's huge.
All the art is done as individual contractors, and they have their regulars that they go to. There's probably going to be at least one or two pieces from certain folks in any given set, but that they now have essentially what I have to assume is just this database of hundreds, if not a couple thousand artists at this point, that they have gotten to do at least a card over the years.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, like that, whether I ever end up working on a project like that or not, it has had a big influence on like art style and the kind of things that I like and the kind of art that I study, because when you see art you like, you save that,
like,
and
I want to make something like that.
Yeah, you start to study like what is it about it that I like what has drawn me to this, like, and almost always it's like dramatic lighting and dramatic like compositions. That is what I tend to be drawn to. And I think another one that I like, even though I've never played League in my goddamn life and I never will, League art is so good. I love League art. The fucking like skins, when they like make a promo art for a new skin, I'm always like, that's stunning. Like and I loved ARKHAND too, I guess I'll say that. Like that had an impact on my art style as well. But yeah, like that style of like splash screen art or like card art stuff, like big epic fantasy, it's almost like pinup in a way, because a lot of times the poses are very stylized. They're not natural. They're very like over the top posed. And the lighting is like way over the top, and like that's what I love. I don't know, I love that kind of thing.
Any particular cards that come to mind, of just ones that were either impactful or that you just enjoy, even if they aren't necessarily ones that inspired you and influenced your own art?
I don't know if it's like a particular card, but I would say like the Phyrexians in general. I really love the character design of them.
That makes sense. Actually, as soon as you say that, it was just like, oh, that's so obvious from what I already know about you. That of course you like the Phyrexians, because you like the horror, you like the sort of unnatural, and that we just finished up a huge Phyrexian arc actually in Magic the Gathering, that the last 4 sets have been.
I'm building a deck right now, actually, a Phyrexian deck based off that new set. So I am in progress on that. I think it's gonna be an Atraxa. Is that her name?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got an Atraxa deck in the works. I only play Commander. I don't really like. I don't play a lot of anything other than Commander. But
yeah, I just draft. That I like the sort of cerebral nature of the actual draft itself, and then making cards from a limited pool, and then just having a different deck, a different set of games every time. When it comes to IRL drafts, I will then just sell the rare cards back to the shop to help fund the next draft, and it's not always 100% recouping costs, but I don't actually have a massive collection. Some cards, if I think the value will go up, I might hold on to them, but that, generally speaking, just I'll sell them back. And hey, that makes it so 4 hours of fun is about the cost of a movie ticket after I've recouped a bit of that cost. And
exactly. When you math it out, you can justify it pretty easily.
That I like watching constructed play, whether it's like standard or commander and stuff. But I guess I've had too many unfun experiences against certain control decks and just
Yeah.
meh. But Magic is definitely something I really enjoy, just from the design perspective, certainly from the art perspective. And for those who aren't familiar, the Phyrexians in Magic the Gathering are basically their equivalent to the Borg, if you're familiar with Star Trek, that it is a not quite a hive mind, but they are a uh, a conversion-based collective where it is
Yeah.
the motto is all will be one, and just that we will convert you into one of us, and that they are these machine slash organic hybrids that will that if you're a human that you're gonna then have, depending on how you were converted, like different like wires or blades that are coming out of you, and there are these different styles. And uh, when you actually sent me a image of an upcoming model, I said it reminds
Yeah.
me of something, and there was something in the back of my mind that was like, it looks sort of Phyrexian, but not quite. And so I didn't actually say Phyrexian out loud when I was talking with you.
Yeah,
But what
that's
we have
funny.
here is just
I
that
should have. I
that
would have known
I was
exactly
like,
what you're
it's
talking
not
about.
quite Phyrexian because there's nothing mechanical about it, but just there's something
You
about
know
the
what it
way
is?
the head is shaped. Maybe it's
It's
that.
the lower jaw thing where you have like something very monstrous on top, but then the bottom is just still has like
Yes.
a human jaw and lips.
Yeah, because I said there's something like about the mouth or the lips and the way it was on there, and that you finally articulated what I couldn't, and just
Yeah.
maybe something about the head shape.
Yeah,
But yeah.
it's a design trope that I've used in a lot of like OCs and stuff, but I love it. I think it actually stems back if we go all the way back to 4 Kids. Digimon. Do you remember Angelwoman?
I never actually watched Digimon, so
Okay, Angelwoman.
Angelwoman.
She was one, my bisexual awakening for sure, and then two,
Ah, yes, I've seen this character
yeah,
before. I have seen that.
my favorite design trope is a woman with top half of face covered up, but still see the lips. I just like I've worked that into so many like that's just I love it so much. I don't know why, but it's like such a pleasing design trope to me. And so I knew I wanted that with my true form model. I also have a character from uh I had a campaign that I was playing with my friends where we were playing some it's Dark Heresy, it's Warhammer, but it's like the where you're playing the villains, you're playing like Chaos guys.
Ooh, I
And
always like a tabletop where you're able to play the bad guys.
yeah. So we were playing the bad guys, and I was playing a space witch, of course.
Naturally.
And she was all mutated, and she was like a Zinchian witch or Zinchian psyker, and she had the same thing going on where it was like a mask on the top half of the face, and like the bottom half of the face was that with Black Crusade. That was it. Yeah, it was Black Crusade. Yeah. That's I don't know. Like every character I make, I'm like I gotta work this in somehow. It's just my favorite.
Yes, so this is, like you said, the true form model that is still in production, as it were.
Yeah.
But very excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, I might make some changes to the face, like the openings on the face, but overall, mostly the look is gonna stay the same. I still have in my queue right now. I have my my friend Julie. She's gonna be my first like model that I'm gonna make for someone other than myself.
Ooh.
That isn't just like a silly little model, like an actual proper model. So after I'm done with Julie's, before I open it up to like taking on more from other people, I do want to have a 3.0 model because I debuted my 2.0 model in October, and that was my 1 year streaming anniversary. And I think it'd be cool to be able to have like a new model a year later for 3 year 3. Not that it would be called 3.0. I think there's something weird about VTuber numbering conventions, right? Because
Yeah.
it's like it kind of implies it's the same character and that you would use that instead, whereas this would be more of like an alternate model that I would bring out.
This isn't, the current model, but, cleaned up, or maybe with a few new accessories and some adjusted rigging
Yeah.
or something, that this is an entirely new design. But at the same time, you are not rebranding your channel in its entirety, that
Exactly.
this isn't necessarily the one that you're going to use day in and day out, that you're not abandoning the current form, but it'll just be, You might use it
It'd probably be
even
like
half the
hidden
time.
behind, a channel point redeem or some kind of event or something, or I would change it based off of what I feel like streaming that day or something like that. But yeah, I just want to have a creature model, because that's the kind of stuff I love drawing, is like creatures, monsters. Like I love there's two things I love drawing: women and monsters, and then women monsters.
Porque no los dos.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's my favorite thing. So I really want to have a model that kind of reflects the kind of personal art I tend to do when I'm not doing something for like a commission or for VTubing or whatever. So super excited.
How long has this
it all ties in with my lore.
How long has this design been sort of cooking in your mind? Even if it, even before you first actually started the concept art, how long has the broader concept of this been in the works?
I didn't like actually paint it out until I think maybe like 6 months ago or so, but I know I first actually painted this concept like while I was mid working on 2.0, and my brain, I was just thinking, like, why are you concepting another model and you're not even done with this one? Like, I was like, stop it. My brain just like, no, I have an idea. I gotta do this right now. And to be fair, that's just like concept. That's really rough concept art. It's kind of just like concept painting. It's not like it's broken out to be a model or anything like that. But so like that was like 6 months ago. But the concept of Moon being an alien dates back to when I made my texture update, which would have been in like December of 2021.
Oh, wow.
I started streaming in October 2021 with that first model that I had. And that was before I had kind of figured out lore or anything. It was literally just like, I like witchy aesthetics. That was it. And so I made like a witchy character loosely based off of myself. And then it was when I started going, you know what? I actually want a full body model. And I'm going to start like, I saw what a lot of other people were doing in VTubing space, and the lore and like the deeper, like creative wells that they tapped into to like create these worlds and stuff, and that it could be such a creatively fulfilling like endeavor, instead of just like, I'm just being a little cartoon. Like the idea of like having lore and this world building and stuff, like I was like, okay, I actually want to start thinking about that more. And that was like when I decided I actually want to be an alien, because I have a lot of very heavy-handed metaphors for real life in my lore, and like part of that is like my neurodivergency and like being ADHD, and like I'm diagnosed ADHD. I am fairly certain I am autistic, based off of all the research that I have done over the past couple of years. But essentially I was just like, I have felt like not a normal person my whole life. Like I have not felt like a human being. I feel like I'm from another planet. And I think this is a very common through line that a lot of neurodivergent people experience, is this feeling that we're trying to pretend to be human. And like, I don't know if you've heard of like the concept of like masking. Like that ties into like, I wanted to be an alien that is casting an illusion to look like I fit in with the humanoids, but in reality I am nothing like, any of these other like humanoids. Like I am a full-on like creature, a monster. My dog is walking around on my desk, so sorry if you hear a bunch of noises.
Hi there. Well, now I have to ask, what type of dog?
He's Italian Greyhound mixed with God knows what. I don't know. he's a mutt, but he's mostly Italian Greyhound, so he has to be under a blanket at all times, and every once in a while he has to adjust the blanket, so he was just kind of scooting around. But yeah, no, so like the idea of illusion magic, I think that was where I got this idea, because it was also like, hey, my main thing that I'll be streaming will be art and live 2D rigging, and because I make my own models, there's a chance that my models might change in appearance over time. And what an easy like out with your backstory if you say, oh well, it was an illusion the whole time and I'm changing the illusion
just
now.
Updating the illusion.
Yeah.
And that's one of the really cool things about VTubing, is that there is no one right way to VTube. That some folks, just make a model and I like this design because I think cat girls are cool, and I am me. There's no lore, and that's okay. But at the same time, that VTubing allows for the creation of lore, the writing
Yes.
of your own universe, if you so desire. That pathway for creativity is there in a way that is not inherent in other forms of content creation.
Absolutely. Like, and we are seeing even people do that, like, deeper lore and stuff, not just within VTubing, but in streaming in general. Because, like, I don't know, like, I just watched the whole Gen Loss thing that Ranboo was doing, and I'm not like a Ranboo fan by any means. I barely know anything about him, but the idea of like turning streaming into this like almost theater, and like adding backstory and lore and stuff to things, I think is so cool and so interesting. And it's not limited to VTubing, but VTubing definitely lends itself to it because of the fact that we're already creating an aesthetic. And so because you can make the aesthetic look however you want, it's very easy to like then tie stuff to that. And for a lot of people, their VTuber is an OC that they already had.
I was about to say there's a non-zero number of VTubers that just had already had that design for years because it was their OC on, whatever forums, whatever fanfic website, and they were like, wait a minute, I can just make my OC. I can just be my OC. I've wanted this for years.
Yep. Exactly. That was such a huge draw for me in getting into VTubing, was like, I learned Live 2D, I think, in like my first model that I rigged that I used for a year was a little half body model that I rigged, that I learned and rigged in 2 weeks. Like
2 weeks?
2 weeks, and it lasted me a year. Which is why I always give new riggers advice of start small. Start small, because I'm so glad I did, because just by the end of those 2 weeks and creating that model, I learned so much about the process that then it set me up for success in designing and rigging this model. Because a lot of people look at this model and they go like, how is this only the second model you ever made? I'm like, because the first one I did very, very quickly just to learn the basics, which then made learning more advanced techniques much more like palpable, maybe is the word. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had
it's similar to more traditional art of a good grasp of the foundations, a good education of the basic concepts of your medium will make everything else so much better and so much easier to learn.
Yeah, exactly. Neopets? No way. Son was yours a Neopets OC? That's amazing. Let's go.
Like,
but yeah.
Like, I know you're not the one being interviewed here, but I am kind of curious. Okay, so is your OC a Neopet themselves, or like a person in the world of Neopets?
Oh my god. Like, I need San to come on VTuber Talk because I have so many questions now. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's I like Steez and Julie, that was their D&D characters. That was their D&D characters.
Yes, I do know that one.
I think that's so cool. Like, it was like one of those things where I hyper fixated on how to learn how to do it, because I was like, I could just make my art move. And again, this ties back to like being fascinated by like 4Kids and stuff, was like, I always had this love of animation, but I could never wrap my brain around animation. I struggled with it. I had dipped my toes into it a couple times trying to learn how, but it was always just way too tedious for me, and I could never get the result that I was going for. And it was different from art in my head, because I had this deep feeling of like, I don't think this is like an effort thing. This feels like my brain doesn't align well with this, because I have a thing called aphantasia. Not that people with aphantasia can't animate, but it would be harder. Where I like can't picture things in my head. I can understand a loose concept of them, but like when I go to draw,
the concept of motion is a very difficult thing.
It's
even
really
without
tough.
aphantasia. That just the way, despite the fact that you see people walking every day, you never really think about the precise movements and sequence of, just muscles and joints as you take steps or as you run. Just what is the natural level of swaying of your arms when you walk? It is something that it is a very different way of thinking. And then also just
Mhm.
whether you're going to be doing traditional animation in just you're drawing every single cell, or if you're going to be doing CG animation where you need to have different frames and key points and poses, that's still going to be a very different a mental process
Yeah.
than singular image creation, I suppose, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, it's an understanding of like locomotion and gravity and wait, oh, why am I crying? I did the thing again. I
Oh.
stretched and there you go. Whoa, peek behind the curtains. I run all my
I was like,
expressions with my
I
hands.
know we're getting into some like real world topics, but this one doesn't feel that emotional.
I'm really sad that I have aphantasia.
I'm
No.
really sad that I can't draw walking.
What? So excited I'm crying. Yeah, exactly.
There
Hi,
we go.
Zozo. But yeah, like I can understand keyframes, but in betweens I can never wrap my head around. And if you can understand keyframes, you can animate in Live 2D. And that was what was most exciting to me, was like, I could finally animate. I could never get my head around animation, but now that I have a program that essentially you tell it to do the keyframes and it does the in-betweens for you, I'm like, now that I can wrap my head around, that I can figure out. I don't have to picture the motion in my head. I just have to go, I want you to go from A to B. And then it does that for me.
Mm-hmm.
And that, oh my gosh, that was a huge draw for getting into like learning how to rig. And I've used like Live 2D to animate other stuff other than just rigging now. Like my groantube emote, I used Live 2D to animate that, despite the fact that I know nothing about animation.
Yeah, and you're
So
mentioning that
it's
you're
awesome.
using Live 2D to create the animation for your upcoming Starting Soon screen as well.
Yes. In fact, Zozo's here. I actually animated something for Zozo. I could drop that in chat. I did a Starting Soon screen for Zozo. And I'm actually kind of proud of it. It's really interesting because it's like made to have a transparent background, and she can put it on whatever she wants. Like she could swap the background out to whatever she wants. I just made this like foreground animation, but it still feels like grounded. Here, I think I have a demo video. I don't know if you can show videos. If not, I could always just show you a
I should be able to do that.
There we go. Hopefully it's not massive. I think I made that for Twitter, so hopefully it's okay.
Now let's see that. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems with the stream as I download it. As I wearily watch. Okay, no drop frames. We're looking good. We're looking good.
Yeah.
Please, computer, please.
I'll try not to explode your computer from space.
No, the computer is fine. It's the internet in my place is kind of garbage. That it's waiting to be upgraded. Not by me,
every
but by
streamer.
like it's the ISP is dragging their feet on upgrading the place where I live.
So many people dealing with that right now. It's the absolute worst.
Yeah, but
I got very lucky. But yeah, so like for Zozo's, I did all that in Live 2D, and it's mostly physics based. And then what I did was like I generated everything to be based off of physics, and then had it like simulate that, and then I recorded it simulating those physics, and then adjusted it as needed to create a looping animation. Which sounds crazy, but essentially it's like I didn't tell the hoop to go from like A to B. I created like a physics of the hoop being on the chain and then ran those physics and recorded it swinging around. So it saved like a lot of time in the animation process because I allowed it. It does a lot of like the easing and stuff like that for you. So it's not just like very stiffly moving from one spot to the next. So that's been the cool part about like learning to animate in Live 2D is like getting a better understanding of how physics works and like applying that. So I've also had fun rigging very jiggly stuff too with physics.
I have the file for some reason. When I go to put it in OBS, it's not working.
I could give you.
That's odd. Why isn't it? It's just an MP4. I've used MP4s before.
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't work. I should have sent that ahead of time. That's my bad. I didn't even think of that.
Oh, you're good. But
at the very least, I could send a JPEG, I suppose.
What I might be able to do? Can I just Can I do a window capture? That might just be easy.
Ooh, thinking on the fly.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Just gonna do a
There
media
you
player
go.
window capture here. So
That's why you're the pro.
1 sec while I get this set up in studio mode. Putting that over here. Resizing. Please stand by.
That's how a lot of electronic music works too. The electronic swoop under the cackle in Moon's intro theme is an automated slider with a single note. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's super interesting.
All
Also,
right.
I saw you said had no idea you had aphantasia. I assumed you had super fantasia. No, I can't see anything in my brain.
All right, so here we go. Oh, gotta get the cursor out of the way. There we go. But yeah, you have this full-on swing animation. I love that as Zozo goes into shadow, that you kept the glowing eyes and some of the lines on the leggings and everything.
Yeah, I love messing with like lighting effects. But yeah, I also gave this like little evil face, evil animatronic face when she slips out of the spotlight. I wanted to feel like a circus spotlight, circus performer type thing. And I'm like, I would have no idea how to like animate that properly without Live 2D. Like I let Live 2D do a lot of the heavy lifting and then I just tweak it from there for animations.
That's so cool.
It's super fun. I love this program. Despite all its flaws, it is super cool and fun to learn about. It's how a lot of like gacha games animate. They either do it in Adobe After Effects or Live 2D. Like that's how a lot of those
that makes sense.
Simple looping animations are done.
Yeah. Let's see here. Which one next? How about this was one that you had for Pren, and I forget if they were here earlier. I know you mentioned it earlier, but you have this one right here, which I think you said that it was used and the prints were sold out and had to be restocked.
Yeah, Pren. So it's kind of interesting because I think I mentioned this to you in our little pre-interview, but Pren is the reason that I got into VTubing entirely. My previous experience with VTubing was I'd seen maybe a couple Iron Mouse clips here and there, but I was I just assumed it was all an anime thing and I didn't know anything about it, and I just kind of wasn't getting into it. I didn't even really watch any Twitch streamers at the time. I watched some VODs on YouTube of a couple, but for the most part I was more of a YouTube watcher than a Twitch watcher. But something about seeing Pren's content on TikTok just hooked me, and I felt I related so heavily to her content, to her sense of humor, and just everything that she was about, all the references that she would make and stuff, and so she was 100% my biggest inspiration, and continues to be a huge inspiration to me in streaming, and I'm really lucky that now I can call her a friend. But I was making this to celebrate her true form model debut, which was I think back in when was this? Was this December? I don't remember. No, maybe it was after that. I don't remember. But yeah, she debuted her true form model, and I was making fan art of it, and it actually didn't have a background on it. It was just the body, and I think I had sent it to her as a congrats on debut and super excited for you and stuff, and then she was like, I'm going to buy commercial rights from you if that's okay, and I want to make merch of this. I love it so much. And I was like, wow, that's so sweet.
That's how you know the compliment is genuine. It's not just, oh wow, this is really good. It's, can I buy the commercial rights for this right now?
Yeah, and she had sent me she was like, how much? And I was like, well, if this were a commission, I would have charged about this much, and then this is the percent that I charge for, for a commercial fee if someone were to make merch. So here's just the commercial fee, since the art itself was a gift, right? And because Pren is such a freaking sweetheart, she sent over the whole price, if it had been a commission. And I was like, oh no, you fucking don't, because then later she came back to me and she was like, they're hoping for, I just had a gradient background on it, and she's like, they're hoping for something a little different with the background to help it print better. And I was like, here's the deal, you already paid me for this as if it was a commission. I'm gonna make you a background, and you are not allowed to pay me anything else. I'm going to put a background on this. She was like, fine. So
Now, is that something you've ever had to do before, where you are creating a background for a image that already exists and not making the image in the background simultaneously?
no, that was different. It wasn't too hard since there was already the yellow circle in the background for lighting, and it had this kind of black to light gray gradient, which you can kind of still see in the sky. So like I knew the composition of the colors already, so all I had to do was drop in some like elements, and I was like,
because I was
I mean,
thinking,
she's a succubus from hell. I gotta add some like badass like lava and like glowing rocks and embers and stuff. So I kind of went whole ham on it, but I'm really proud of how it came out.
yeah, that when I saw it, I assumed that this was just, initially composed this way. And that as someone who's not an artist, I wasn't really sure when you said that the background had been done later. I was like, all right, in some ways, maybe that makes it easier because you already know what you're focusing on and that you're now just,
Right.
creating these extra elements and that you can very easily tailor everything around what you have. Or is this really difficult because you have the wings, you have the horns, and that you then need to consider awkward shapes to work around, and would it make things easier, harder, or just different?
It wouldn't be too much different because that would be how my sketch process would go anyways, because your character is still your number one like composition thing, right? Like that is the most important part of the composition, is the subject of the composition. So I would still have, even if I had started from scratch, I would still have started with a sketch, getting the pose down, and then filling in background elements to work around those pieces. So like, I created those two rocks in the front to like follow the composition and the flow of the wings and stuff, and that would have happened in the sketch phase anyway. So it didn't really change anything for me. It wasn't too hard to add it afterwards. I did have to do a couple like lighting tweaks on the skin, but for the most part, it was like super easy. And there is a little secret, a little secret in this piece.
Oh.
Which I did as a joke because I drew this live on stream when I was like, I was doing one of my art streams, and somebody joked about putting an Among Us in it.
Oh no.
Do you have any guess where you think it might be placed?
It's like now I'm just looking at it with a whole new set of eyes.
I'll give you a hint. It's actually not in the background. It was in the first iteration of it.
It has to be either the fractals of the wings, or is there something?
You got it in one.
You got it in one?
Yeah. If you zoom in on the right wing, like on the upper part, on the very far right of the right wing, there's an Among Us in the veins of the wings. And when I first sent it over to Pren, it was so funny because like I had sent it to her and she was like, sending her little like freakouts of like how excited she was about it.
So upper right. Oh, there it is.
Unsee it. Once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it.
Oh my god. Oh. That's incredible.
And she sent back, I did not tell her this, and she did not see this in chat. I know for a fact she didn't see it, but she sent back.
Right there in the corner, I've cropped it a bit.
Yeah. She goes, I don't know, Moon, that wing looks a little sus. Like, she saw it instantly.
That's an artist's eye right there.
Yes. I mean, she is an amazing artist in her own right, and did all like the texturing and stuff on her models. But she was like, yeah, I was just like admiring all the details, and I was like looking at the veins on the wing, and I went, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Like, that's a top tier shit post right there of just embedding it within other things and waiting for the person to discover it, and that if you know, and that generally speaking, you're not going to see it at a glance, but that, like you said, once you see it, you can unsee it, and that just...
I wonder if I still have it. So we actually turned this into a fake magic card for Pren.
Oh, that's so cool. I made something like
do.
that for Min's birthday recently.
Yeah. Oh, that's so fun. Yep, I still have it. Oh my god, I'm totally sending you this.
Yes.
We turned Pren into a planeswalker. I believe it was Limes, who's another awesome VTuber and one of Pren's mods that wrote out like what the
rules text
effects would be. So then I went into like one of those like generators and popped my art in there and put all the stuff that Limes had written out, and it worked so well. Pren, devourer of nightmares.
At what point in the composition of this piece did you decide or have the inspiration to do the Among Us in there? That I have to imagine it wasn't something that, baseline, all right, I'm going to make something with Pren, I'm going to hide an Among Us in there, that it had to happen somewhere along the line.
It was like when I was rendering the veins, because the veins I just kind of had like really loose sketches, and then when I was like actually going in to like draw where they were at, I think someone had joked up. I'd have to go back and watch it, but I know someone had joked about sneaking Among Us in there somewhere, and then I think that's when I had the moment of like, this is where I could totally put an Among Us in here. Oh my god. It's just the fact that she caught it so fast. That's what killed me.
Yeah,
I was like,
I
thought I was gonna be able to get away with it for a while.
That it was just that she detected it.
Yep, can't sneak one past Bren. I think it was during the Everything is Among Us phase. You're right! Oh my god, Tsunami, I think you're right. Okay, so there was, I don't know if you saw any of these on Twitter, but there was a little while there where people were like, how to draw a crying anime eye, and they just like drew an Among Us, and it would make a perfect little like crying eye for an anime girl. And then there was like how to draw this, how to draw that. There was like all these art tutorials that were just going viral on Twitter that were like, start with an Among Us and then it turns into this. And I think that's what happened.
Now, of note, the Among Us is cut off here on the card.
It is. It's hiding off screen, but we know.
So here we have Pren, Devourer of Nightmares. That is a real set symbol that you used. I know there's a bunch of different tools that you can use to create custom MTG cards.
Yeah.
I forget what set that is because it's from before I played. It's an older one. I think it might be Lorwyn. I could be wrong, but it's an older one, but I recognize that wing from somewhere. So it's two
I think I was just trying to find something that matched her aesthetic.
Oh, yeah, and that works, especially, given the wings and everything. That a very natural selection. So 2 mana, red, black, white. For a 4 loyalty planeswalker, +1 add an adoration token to Pren, which has no rules text of its own, but -2 gain control of target creature. And of note, it says, period, not until end of turn. That's a very powerful effect. And then -3 discard all adoration tokens, summon 1/1 NERP demon for each token.
Oh my god, so NERP is her chibi form, who's like this little, like, canonically 6-inch tall little gremlin form of Pren, which is literally just Pren spelled backwards.
Oh gosh, how did I not realize that?
Oh my god.
From a sheer design standpoint, the most powerful part of this card is being able to gain control of multiple target creatures just permanently.
Yeah, just yoinking them.
That the token generation here, at least from like an actual gameplay level, is underpowered. That you could have made this much stronger for the mana cost that you have here. This is me putting my design hat on for a moment.
You have to take it up with Limes.
Yeah, it was just like, hey, you could have pushed this card farther. You could have done some more nasty things.
Wait, if Lil Pren is NERP, then my little creature is Noom.
Yeah, like we haven't even discussed the little creature that because this is you said that you've never actually made a model for someone else before, and that's perhaps technically untrue because you do sell a single model that is available for use or purchase on your website, which is the TBH, the little creature, which you have as I know a redeem on your own channel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have. Do you want me to demonstrate?
Please, by all means, let's get some yippies in chat, folks.
Apparently, my name is Noom.
I always forget you have the voice filter on it.
Yeah, I'm just a little guy.
It's so good.
Yeah, yippee! We use this for stim breaks on my channel when our brains just need to be blasted clean. We have a little stim break, and I get out the very bouncy model.
It's so good. It's like I've seen it before, but it just never gets old.
I love that we use it for stim breaks because it literally is a stim break for me because like the bouncing, a lot of people were like, is that just tied to like your head movement or what? I'm like, nope, it's tied to my mouse. And I learned the hard way that if you try to do this with your head,
Oh, you're gonna get a headache real fast.
you're gonna get a headache, yeah. You will get a headache so quickly. So anytime I make a silly little model for someone, I give them something that's like movement controlled by mouse, so that they can really like go nuts with it and not, you know, feel like they're gonna throw up after.
Yeah, very good to not have something in the model that's just gonna make the streamer physically ill or exhausted.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I made this as can I trigger it? Let's see. Is this it? There we go. Bald. This is what the default model looks like, and anybody's allowed to use this. And it's fun because every once in a while I'll get tagged in videos where people are using the little TBH creature model I made. I didn't want to like make it a paid model because of the fact that, you know, it's a meme. It's not like I created the TBH creature. It's somebody else's artistic creation. Just because it's a meme doesn't mean it's okay to, like, you know, profit off of somebody else's art.
And you do have the credit even on the coffee page.
Yeah, I made sure to credit them, even though it's a big widespread meme. I still want to like give credit where credit is due. What I did though is make it so if someone wanted to download the rigging files to either learn from them or like add to it yourself, customize it, whatever. That I made something where you can buy if you want to support me, but that's mostly just because it's like you're paying for my labor, not the end product.
That there was effort put into the rigging process for this model.
Yeah, exactly. I love this look. I'll switch back. I probably look annoying people with my voice.
I'm glad that the silly little creature got to make a guest appearance.
There we go. Hopefully my model doesn't break. Oh my god, for once it didn't. I'm so proud.
Yay, it worked.
Yippee!
Yippee!
For once it didn't. Usually VBridger hates when you switch models.
Ruin Usk. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I might be butchering it. For a second, panicking thought, what foolish thing has WotC done now? Oh, trust me.
Don't worry, it's fake, I promise.
WotC has done much more foolish things than this.
Like send Pinkertons to somebody's house.
That's the thing. The VTuber, or not VTuber community, sorry, the Magic Gathering community. That the very TLDR for folks that aren't in the know on that. There was a shipping mishap, as best we can tell, that a content creator was supposed to get a box of cards, and they were accidentally set boxes of a unreleased set that wasn't supposed to come out for a month. And
with an almost identical name.
Yeah, with
good job.
That it was a very understandable thing of how these packages could have gotten mixed up in whatever warehouse is being sourced. And understandably, WotC did not like this. That it is understandable and acceptable that WotC be like, hey,
give it back. Yeah,
please send this back. Please do not post this publicly. And the content creator, they were in the wrong by posting this and not being very smart about it. I think that they should have known better. At the same time, this does not warrant Wizards of the Coast then deploying like contract law enforcement
mercenaries,
like contract enforcers to go to this person's house demanding it back. I'm not
bit of
saying
an
that
overreach.
I'm not going to say that both sides were equally wrong here. One side was very much more wrong than the other.
Mm-hmm. I would say the other one's not wrong. They just weren't smart.
That's a very fair distinction. Very fair distinction.
It's like they got the stuff, but I personally wouldn't want to deal with the legal ramifications coming from a giant corporation after doing that. So I would have. I think in my situation, I would have just leaked it quietly through I'd go to a library or something.
If you want to leak it privately, or just hold on and be like, hey, cool. So I have mine day one. I don't need to worry about any shipping mishaps.
Right.
Or be like, contact them and expect that you'll probably get a king's bounty because they would know what you would be capable of doing if you
could have
wanted
ransomed those cards.
Just been like, hey, can I get a bit of a reward here of just, well, somebody in the shipping department over at Amazon or whatever screwed up and I'm being forthcoming. Can I get some free boxes or whatnot? That they could have gotten buddy. with the Wizards if they
oh
wanted.
my god, you could have played your hand so much better and like come out on top, but insteid.
And,
I mean,
yeah.
I hope that people support the creator and like
Oh, for
help
sure.
him
And if
after
anything, that like I said, obviously what they did not warrant the reaction, and
no,
that they've certainly
unhinged.
gotten support from the community in that way, but at the same time, it seems to have been a legitimately traumatic experience for them, and I'm
Yep.
not glad that they had to go through that to get publicity.
Yeah. Now, Sediven's got the move. You're thinking like a true content creator. You make the video and then release it 1 second after release, so you get that good SEO. You're the first results when people look it up. That would have been the move, honestly.
Yeah, like I said, you just have it ready.
Prepare a video. The views you could have had.
Oh well, but yeah. So that's the latest drama over in that part of the world. Every community has their drama. Every community has it. It's just what type of drama and what is happening this week or month. But yeah, the next Magic set that's coming out though is going to be Wilds of Eldraine, which is their fairy tale set, which is going to be really cool. That you like your witchy aesthetics. They are prone to having some witchy aesthetics in there.
Oh my god! My favorite deck I have right now is my unicorn deck, but I actually call it my horse lesbian deck. And it's like a bunch of like very like fairy tale princess aesthetics mixed with like soldiers and angels that fly on like Pegasi, and all of them are women. There are no men allowed in this deck. It is
the Valkyrie deck.
Yep. Yeah, it's princess girlfriends and their sword lesbian girlfriends, and their their horses that they ride into battle, and then there's a few like ethereal forest creatures. It was very much meant to be like lesbian fairy tale deck. That is my deck. And one time it was me and Brad, we were at our LGS looking through old cards and stuff to buy, just like flipping through the big sets of them that are just sitting out, and I found like a very old card. I forget what it was, but it was like two women looking like they were about to lean in for a kiss, and I pull it out and I look at Brett and I'm like, oh, this could totally go in my horse lesbians deck. And then like some guy that was like sitting across from us went, "You're what?"
You heard what I said.
I was like, yeah, you got a problem with that? No, I was just like, don't worry about it. Yes, support your LGS, exactly.
Yes, indeed.
I think it's a good idea if you can to avoid buying boxes right now, as great as the dopamine release is, and go for singles. But damn it, it's tough out here. It's tough to get sources of dopamine, and sometimes you just want to open a bunch of packs. At least buy them from your LGS.
Yeah, at least buy them from the LGS. Yes.
Yep. Don't go to Amazon, please.
That's definitely last resort, and fortunately, most places have LGSs. There are a couple folks in, if you're out in rural areas that might not have an LGS for an hour in any direction.
Yeah,
and,
exactly. There's always
if you're
exceptions.
In that case,
There's
then,
always exceptions, but
when
possible, support your local game store.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So who is the commander of this lesbian horse deck?
What's the name? It's like Letha something. It's a unicorn. What's it called?
I'm just googling.
Literally googling. Lathiel, the Bounteous Dawn. And I just recently got the alt art version of it, which is really pretty. So I'm super excited about that.
Ooh, okay. I have the normal art here. Now I need to find the alternate art. Yeah, so
I can't remember what set that was in. It was recent. We pulled it. Can't seem to find it online.
Yeah, as we're both scrambling, being like, "Oh, where is it?"
I can't find it, but it's like way more fairy tale looking, basically, like kind of more illustrated. I think I literally have it next to me. I just don't have it online. Yeah, I literally have it right here. It's so cute. Dang it. It's even got kind of like the fairy tale border around the edge, like with ivy and stuff. It's very pretty. What's
the card code on the bottom? That on the bottom there should be 3 letters.
Sorry, my model's breaking as I'm looking at cards. Is it this 4-digit thing?
Depending on the card, I'm double checking that. it should near the bottom say, like, I'm looking at the base one right now. Pardon us, folks, as we're just total nerds trying to figure out the anatomy of a
Just
card.
going full nerd. R0050 is on the bottom near the artist thing.
Yeah, so near the artist thing, like, it should have 3 letters and then like a dot and then EN
MUL star
Yep.
EN.
Okay, that's why it's weird, because it's a Multiverse Legends, I think.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
That's what it is.
it's very
Found
pretty.
it.
We tracked it down.
All right, so what we're looking for is...
That's probably my favorite. Well, it's a tie between that deck and my Sea Creatures deck that are my favorite ones right now to play with. Because both of them were the ones that I've built the most recently. So they're better than my old one. I used to play a Merfolk deck. That was like my first deck I ever made. But now it needs to be completely redone. But
yeah, here we have it. Yeah, Lathiel, the Bounteous Dawn, lifelink, beginning of each end step. If you gain life this turn, you can distribute up to that many 1/1 counters among any number of target creatures you control for 2, a green and a white. So I'm guessing that a lot of the deck is then, trying to gain life. So just at the end of every turn, you're making your team really, really big.
Yep, I've got a lot of things that'll like summon some griffins, or they'll summon soldiers with lifelink, or stuff like that. And then I also have the Oozolith. So if I pull that, my main goal is to just move all of the counters back onto Lathiel and then like hit somebody with enough commander damage that they'll just die instantly.
Yep. I appreciate commander design and deck design. I just don't, well, 1, have the creativity to do that type of deck design myself, and 2, just I've had too many bad experiences like borrowing friends' decks and playing games that either just go too long, or that you need
they
to
last
find
like all night. If you are gonna have a commander night, you're gonna play probably 2 games, depending on how many people are.
And you need to have the right play group. That part of the problem also
huge.
is that I've tried this a lot, where my friend and I will go to an LGS, and that the other people that you'll get paired with at the table aren't. There's different ways to play Commander. That there's the competitive EDH, where it's everyone is hyper optimized. Games are going to end on turn 1, turn 2, and like crazy stuff happens. Then there's the more casual Commander, where everything is like really low power, and then there's a lot of this gradient in the middle. And like even within friend groups, when the intent in that you all have mentally the same concept, that it's so difficult to find the balance of decks that create a good gameplay experience. Of just, all right, we walked in, we all, had good intent. We might have made rules for the playgroup saying, all right, the deck can't cost more than X amount. That's a very frequent thing.
Like having that, what's it called? It's like something 0. I know Brad has talked about this a lot, where you
rule
basically
0
lay down
is
the
just,
rule 0,
to have fun and to, create a good gameplay environment. And that even when everyone is abiding by rule 0 or trying to, that somebody may have just inadvertently, I was able to find a really good combo that isn't actually mainstream, and therefore it's like it's not super expensive. Nobody really thinks of it, and it wound up being a bit stronger than even I meant for it to be. And I recognize that I've created a bad time. That's my bad, y'all. And that people move on past that and they tweak their decks. But once you find a good commander group, and this really goes for like D&D as well, of finding the group that fits you and what you want from your gameplay experience. But once you find that group, it's awesome.
Yeah, we have tune decks, competitive decks, and who can do the silliest shit decks, exactly. You just gotta say up front what it is. But yeah, I don't think I would ever go to an LGS and play. I think I'd only ever want to play Commander with friends.
Yeah.
Especially because being someone who it isn't my primary interest, it's just something that I play because it's my friend's primary interest. And like, it's a great way to spend time with my friends, and I've learned a lot about it just like so that I can spend time with them. Like, I make a lot of mistakes because I'm like not that passionate about it compared to other people, so I don't know.
Yeah, and you don't want to end
rules
up with
front to end.
an impatient person on the other side of the table.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, I don't ever want to play with strangers because I think I'd probably just like cry if
Aw.
they said one mean thing to me. I think I would just like start crying. So I don't have any interest in that.
Ruin says, don't ever do 12-person commander. Took 14 hours. I look at that and say, it only took 14 hours with 12
Oh
people?
my god.
Like, 4 is the standard. 5 is pushing it. Anything past that feels like you're just, might as well take a nap between your turns.
It's like a never-ending game. They're like, all right, guys, take a picture of where all the cards were. We'll pick back up
that makes
next
me
week.
think of, like, non-real-time chess of where just, people will leave and say, pawn to whatever 3, and that people, whenever they have a chance, go back to the game and make their next move because 12
wild.
people. Like,
Oh my
the
god.
table, if you're one end of the table,
The
you have to
you had
like sort of
order
stand
pizza at
up
the
and be
table
like,
twice.
all right, so they played what? I can sort of see the card, and it's like, if they were right across the table, you know exactly what they played, but you can't even see at that distance.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I know. I think at that point I would just be turning into the type of thing where I'm like, I'm just gonna play my board and not really worry about what's going on in everybody else.
Yeah.
Because like there's no way I could keep track of that many like goings on in my head.
Yeah, I'd just be like, okay, I'm gonna make my thing, and I'm gonna hope to stay inconspicuous enough where nobody feels the need to use removal on my stuff, and that I can just quietly accumulate.
The dark horse strategy. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Don't let them see your hand. If you
That's the
become
other
too
thing.
dangerous too quickly, you will not win.
Mm-hmm. That it's usually the second strongest deck at the table that wins.
Yep.
Because
Absolutely.
the strongest one is going to get out to a big start, have a giant target on their back. Everyone's going to dogpile and be like, okay, temporary alliance, because we know we need to take this person out, or else they're going to just run away with the game real fast. And then once the dust clears, it's who's left that was somebody able to just sort of quietly
Now I can pick 'em
accumulate
off, yeah.
value and set up things. And now everyone else has, spent all their removal spells or that their shields are down effectively because they took out the main threat, and there you go. And that's probably also why I don't like Commander much, that I can appreciate the concept of politicking in the game and have no actual interest in doing it.
We never, in our friend group, oh my god, it's so funny. We like never actually politic, or if you try to, they'll just flat out be like, no. like you'll try, and maybe a couple people are willing to do it, but a lot of times they're just like too stubborn, and they're just like, I don't care. So my husband, Fred, is one of the most infuriating people to play with. Not in like an actually infuriating way, but like he'll hold a grudge at like whoever hit
he's one
him
of those
first,
players.
and it's
Just
like,
Brett
dude,
will
we gotta
remember
take
this.
out this big threat. He's like, no, you hit me with a rock, and now I'm sending my entire goblin army at you. He's like so like petty, and it's actually hilarious because it will actually genuinely throw off the rhythm of like the entire commander game, because you're
I know
expecting
folks
to pick
who-
the big guy off.
I know people who play Commander specifically to be agents of chaos. That
Yeah.
their goal is to make sure the game doesn't end, and that they
Yes. My mod Decay does that. He plays group hug decks all the time, where he's just like, everybody gets to draw like 50 cards every turn, have fun, and then we have to like spend like 10 minutes each turn trying to figure out what 10 cards I have to discard to get down to like the hand size. Or if you have no maximum hand size, you have to sit there and strategy out, okay, God, which of these do I actually play? It's not even group hug.
The worst Commander experience I ever had, and what really just permanently turned me off from the format, was an LGS experience, and it was anti-group hug deck. It was this red deck that played a couple of enchantments. One spell was called, I think it was Scrambleverse, and what that did was it took all the permanents on the field, went away, and then you, from the top of your deck, revealed cards until you had the same number of those permanents, and that's the new field. But
that's awful. Oh
so just everything is now totally random. All these ETB effects are going off basically simultaneously. But what really had it was there was this other card, and I can't remember the name of it for the life of me, that said, anytime a spell is cast, counter that spell. Reveal cards from the top of your deck until you reveal a card of the same type. So if it's a creature, until you find another creature. Sorcery, find another sorcery. and cast that card without paying its mana cost. So basically, you have no agency over what you are playing anymore. And it's just,
Jesus,
some
that's
folks,
awful.
cast this little 2-drop and then got this massive thing, or they tapped out for this massive thing and that it's a 2-drop, and that it became a coordinated effort of, we just need to get this thing off the field. But since
Yeah.
nobody can actually cast what they want to, it became, all right, we need to hope.
How do you coordinate? Yeah.
You can't. That it's just, we needed to hope that someone drew an instant or sorcery and then flipped an enchantment removal instant or sorcery, because if they drew
Yeah.
it, they wouldn't be able to actually use it. So it was the most difficult thing to
that's
actually
just
remove.
infuriating.
Meanwhile, no one's actually making progress in the game, and we do this for like an hour, and it was the most unfun experience in Magic I've ever had.
Oh my god.
And
yeah, that's
from
brutal.
a conceptual level, I can respect that chaos, and I can say that's
if you go
that's
in knowing, if you're like, hey guys, I got a weird deck I'm gonna try.
Yeah, we're just gonna
Wanna
have
try it.
Like, I could imagine a game of Commander where you go in and say, all right, this card is on the field in the command zone from the get-go, and it can't be removed. This is a rule in our game tonight, and that's how we're gonna play tonight. Sure, hell yeah, if we're going in with the expectation and saying, all right, this is going to be just wild, nobody knows what they're doing, but everyone else was trying to do things, trying to have a plan, and
that
meanwhile,
can take the fun
nothing
out of it
happens,
for sure.
and that was just bleh.
Yeah, that wouldn't feel very good.
Yeah, so just, I hate it, but I respect it. And it's like, I don't know if I entirely respect it, but I can.
I feel like I have to, but I don't want to.
The concept, not the implementation.
Yeah, that's fair.
But also, Sid also said, laughs nervously in Sliver and just how to paint a target on your back in a single card. Anyone that plays Slivers knows that better win fast, otherwise no one's gonna let you do anything.
Yep, you just say the name and you have already been judged. You already have a target on your back for sure.
For those who don't know, Magic Slivers are a set of creatures that are very weak on their own, but they give all other slivers a certain effect. So you might have this 2/2, and it's all slivers have double strike, and then there's this other one, all slivers get flying. Yeah. So if you get 3 or 4 slivers on the field, they're now all massive and have 4 different abilities, and each one is just it's an exponential proposition of the strength of the cards. And people know that, all right, if somebody gets 5 slivers on the field, they're probably just going to run over everybody. And
oh my god, Dukas, no.
The way to counteract slivers is never let them actually get a board state.
What's the absolute hellscape spell that randomizes everything? Asking for a friend.
Like I said, I think it's called Scrambleverse.
Oh my god, that's awful. Slivers are a hive mind. You let it breed and it'll overrun. Yep. Exactly. Honestly, if I were to rework my Merfolk tribal deck, it would be pretty nasty. If I could redo that knowing what I know now, it was a very aggressive deck. Like, it was fast, and it was, like, everything was super low cost, so it was one of those things where it would just burn itself out if I didn't pop off in the first, like, 3 turns. And then I would, like, run out of cards because I didn't have enough card draw. But if I could, like, redo that to have more card draw and, like, fix stuff knowing the mechanics more deeply, because a lot of times there's times where the mechanics just sounded too complicated on paper and I didn't really understand how to play them effectively. And so I would just not put them in my deck because I was like, if I can't understand how to play this deck, then there's no point. Like, and that's kind of something I still feel with a lot of Magic is like, things can be all the meta all they want, but if I personally don't know how to play it well, if it doesn't work well with how my brain works, it doesn't really matter whether it's meta or not. I need to find things that work well with, like, how I am able to. So, like, for example, I can't math, so I try to find things that either are unblockable or, like, island walk or, like, do direct damage and stuff like that, so I don't have to calculate blockers because I'm really bad at calculating blockers. I'm awful at calculating blockers. I do want to do the thing where it's like I just don't pay attention to what else is going on. I'm gonna sit in my corner and build up until I have enough to strike and then hit, and they won't be able to stop me. That's my strat. And then I'm like, if somebody does faster than me, good job, because I'm not gonna bother with control.
Yeah.
I'm like, nope, no think, only slap.
Yep. The concept of red deck wins is viable in every format for that reason.
Yep. Yeah, and I refuse to play red, but I will play like red in blue.
As long as
Which
you're
is
not
kind of
playing
nice because people.
counters.
That's the thing is like when you play a blue deck, you can have psychological warfare of making everybody think that you have a lot of counters open.
Oh
So
my
I'll just always
gosh.
leave.
Just
I leave blue mana open. I do not have counters.
That's diabolical.
And they'll be like, well, she's just gonna counter me, even though I never fucking do.
Oh my gosh.
I let the tropes, you know, play their own game, even though I'm not following them.
Beautiful. And then just at the end of the game, it's like, I don't know what you all were talking about. I didn't have
Yeah.
any.
I'm like, I just had creatures. I didn't block shit. That strat only works for so long till people catch on, and then then it's not gonna last.
Oh yeah, no. As soon as the gig is up, then people
Yep.
know.
Next level blue play is not even putting counter spells in the deck. Yeah, I have precious few. Just enough to like make you think I've got quite a few of them in there, and then I'll play them like once or
Yeah,
twice,
'cause
and then I
every so
just
often, like,
leave blue open.
I'm not going to begrudge someone for playing 2 counters in their blue commander deck that, you know, you're going to want to have something that says no every so often, as long as it's not, all right, I'm not actually doing anything. I'm just leaving up mana and
Yeah.
nobody else gets to do stuff.
Yeah, I prefer removal because I like to have a little bit more control and be like, okay, this is the thing that is actively ruining it, instead of being like, I think this is gonna be the thing that's gonna threaten me. Because again, I just don't know Magic well enough to really know, like, when someone puts down a card and everybody gasps, I'm like, what? I don't. Is that bad? You know, like I don't know the cards well enough.
So I found the 2 things. So Scrambleverse, it was slightly different from what I thought it was. It was for each non-land permanent, choose a player at random. They then gain control of that permanent. So basically, everything that was on the field gets reassigned randomly. And the thing that I hated is called Possibility Storm. And the rules text is whenever a player casts a spell from their hand, that player exiles it, then exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a card that shares a card type with it. That player may cast the card without paying its mana cost. And yeah, that was the thing that ruined everything. Possibility Storm.
Possibility. I feel like I've heard of that name now. Now that you say it, that
It's
sounds
also the
about
name
right.
of a popular puzzle, not really group, but in Magic, there's these folks that will do these puzzles of, all right, you know, here's the board stake, here's what's in your hand, how do you win this turn? And that it's called
interesting.
Possibility Storm, that puzzle-making group.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Never thought of it like playing Magic like a Wordle.
Yeah,
it's just like a one day problem.
Yeah, that it's that think of, you know, the type of things where you'll see a chessboard set and see, like, you know, how do you win in 2 moves or whatever, and it's, you know, this is what you have, how do you win this turn?
Yeah. That's interesting. I would be awful at it. I guarantee you I'd be terrible at that.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of the easier ones that I can do, but then when it gets into crazy stuff, then it's like, then it's getting to niche rules, interactions, or like very, very particular lines of play. And I respect from a puzzle making standpoint, like that's really cool. And, you know, best thing about Possibility Storm is not the card Possibility Storm.
Yeah, it's simply the idea of it. Thing is, I didn't even know you played Magic. We're gonna have to
I didn't
play
either.
Magic.
I was about to say, it's like, wow, we got on a nice tangent there without expecting.
the
but
heck?
Hey, that's what Vtuber Talk's for. Like I said, that we chatted earlier in the week. We had these, sort of baseline things, and then, like I said, tangents happen, and that can be the best part of the show, of discovering, oh, wait a minute, you like that thing? Hey, wait a second, we now have this conversation.
Yeah, we've never even stumbled on it.
But back to some of the art.
Sure,
this
yeah.
one, the file name on this one was Himpy Sluttier Edition.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even Slutty Edition, it's Slutty Edition.
Himpy! I love Himpy. This is an art raffle that I held during my Charge-a-thon, and Star Pirate, another amazing artist and VTuber, won. And it was very funny because while we were talking about, I was just gonna draw Starpy's like actual model, which is not a shirtless man. It is just Starpy's normal model. They were like, oh, they had been about to debut this mask model, and I was like, do you want me to draw Himpy or you? You know, like I was like, I don't know, like it's your choice. And Star's like, I mean, I'm good with either. So I was like, how about we let this decide? And we ran a scan. That's one of my channel point redeems, is a scan that Luna, my AI assistant in the moon base, will run a scan to see if something is detected or not. And we ran a scan for nipples. And Luna said, nipples detected. And I went, I guess I'm drawing Himpy because I can't draw you with your nipples out, so it's gonna have to be male nipple.
Male presenting nipple.
Male presenting nipples, yeah, exactly. So then I was like, I guess I'm drawing Himpy. And as a joke, while I was doing the sketch for this, I was like, very jokingly, put the Kaukini on, and then everybody in chat was like, what if it wasn't a joke?
But what if
what
actually?
If we kept it?
And well, at least I can tell it didn't take very long to draw.
No, very, very simple. There are lovingly rendered nipples underneath that, but yes, this is my favorite version of it, is the cow bikini. Chat said, let them cook. Everybody said, now hold up. And it's really funny too, because then another awesome VTuber, Chucky from TV, created a reaction image based off of this, which I need to run to my Discord and grab it because it's extremely funny. But I was just glad that I could inspire a reaction picture, which is this. We'll put it in our chat. So funny.
Oh, I'm so excited to see what this is. Now, the thing that I'm curious about, there's this checkered background.
Oh, that's part of it. Yeah, that's 100%
I was like,
part
wait a
of
minute.
That's
That
purposeful.
shouldn't appear. It shouldn't appear. Somebody put that in deliberately, monster.
Yeah, Chucky's a little stinker. They absolutely did that. I think I still have the link to the original, just to prove that I did not do that. There we go. It was in the tweet. And I was like, I just went to Chucky's tweet and I was like, do I have permission to use this as a reaction image? And Chucky was like, absolutely. In fact, it was your drawing of Himpy that inspired it. So I was like, bless, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one.
Second sped up.
Oh my god, it's
There we
so
go.
Good. Put the man in the
In the
Kaukini. Now! Do it! Put him in the Kaukini.
Ooh, and I like that yours is gold. Very nice.
Yeah, I got the Golden Deeg. Actually, I have two of them. This is the Gaslighter, and this is the Gatekeeper.
That's beautiful.
It's because I'm a girl boss, you know.
But yes, incredible job. Who's it that did this one again, you said?
This was Chucky from TV,
Chucky,
I believe.
Chucky from TV.
Yeah, Chucky from TV. Very, very funny VTuber. Very good reaction image that I will treasure forever.
Yeah, that one's very good. This next one isn't actually art. That this is another thing that you did on stream, and that you did a actual crystal growing stream.
Yeah, so I was just mentioning the art raffle. That was from this. This was back in January. And this was my first ever like subathon, you know, where you actually like, contribute to a timer and keep
Mm.
going.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 4613 left up there.
Yeah, so this was like towards the end of it on the 5th day. The Goop stream, yeah. There's a lot that happened during this. This was a time. I feel like this was like when you talk about like community moments, right? Like that people like remember. This felt like such a like turning point for my community, from going from like a streamer, and then I've got a few folks that like hang out in the Discord, to like really feeling connected to my community. And like there's something about like streaming all day and even leaving up your model at night and seeing people hang out. Like I put up words on stream overnight, and like seeing people just hanging out in your chat and like getting to know each other, not just like during stream, but just like actually like getting to know each other. Like it was such a great community building thing. But yeah, what I did was, it was called I should probably take a step back and talk about what my channel points are. My channel points are called JO crystals. Which I don't know if are you familiar with JO crystals?
I am not. I saw the term there. I've seen the term on some stickers in your shop. I can make a baseline assumption and sort of extrapolate and make some guesses here.
I will drop one single image that will give you all you need to know. All right.
Oh,
this
I'm
is
terrified.
all you need to know.
Yep, that's about it. Just like I only like I didn't even read the text on here. I didn't even need to read the text. Just cursory glance, and I was like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep.
Whoa.
So this is the origins of JO crystals.
I'm not putting that one on the stream.
I can read it if you want.
Sure, go ahead. If anything, I almost feel like a dramatic reading is better than the image would be.
So this is from a Craigslist ad from 2008, I believe. Yep, 2008. It's titled "Charge Up and JO 38 Houston," and it's a picture of a shirtless man, and then a necklace with like a white crystal that is almost certainly a fake crystal, by the way. Like there's no way this is like a real crystal. This is plastic, probably. But yeah, the post reads as follows. The crystal I wear around my neck contains an essence that gets recharged when I jack it with a bro who also has a crystal. It gives me confidence at work, home, social situations, etc. Nobody knows it's a JO crystal but me and my bros. I've seen it glow white while jerking it with a bud. That's how I know it's real. You can come over for as long as you want, but I need a picture of you preferably wearing a crystal before I waste my time.
It's... Yeah, that's some peak 2008 Craigslist right there.
It's iconic. I have not been able to like drop the thought of a JO crystal. I think it's one of the funniest things ever. The JO crystal is one of the funniest things I've ever read in my life. And I thought it'd be so funny because like, I feel like this is a running joke with my channel, right? It's like, I have these like very witchy aesthetics, right? And very like, aesthetically pleasing stuff, but I somehow managed to make potty humor out of all of it. Like I cannot take I'm so unserious.
Well, why not? It's right there.
It's right there. So I'm like, I was trying to think of I think before that they were called like MOONBTCH or something, and they were the little Space Invader icons. But once I had the idea to make crystals part of my model, so like if I pull out, for example, my stylus here, there's a little
crystal there.
Yep, there's the crystal. It's also on like my microphone, just like a lot of my little accessories. And so I took that same crystal and turned it into my channel point redeem like currency and call it JO crystals. And it just became this really funny joke because people would come into my stream and just be like, "What's a JO crystal?" And I'd go, "It's just an ordinary crystal."
Yep.
Don't Google it. Don't look it up. It's just an ordinary crystal. And it just led to like this funny, extremely funny interaction that I have with my chat, which is that like, well, for one, it ties in with my lore, right? Like they're actually supposed to be this like concentrated chaos that the chat generates that we then offer to the entity, which is, my lore is that I have a kind of warlock-like pact with an unknowable cosmic entity who feeds on chaos. And that's how we feed the chaotic entity, is by crystallizing chaos into this concentrated form. And then, you know, and then when you redeem your channel points, you're basically giving it to this evil villain. And so there's all these jokes about like charging the crystals, which really just means like, you know, you're saving up channel points, or you are during hype trains, maybe you're doing bits and all that stuff, but everybody's like, I'm charging my crystals. And it's just this fucking hilarious inside joke. I even have on my Better TTV, I have like, you know how there's like that pet animation where it's like a hand really aggressively petting an emote? I have that on a crystal, and it's called Charging Crystal.
Gosh.
But yeah, so it's just this like ongoing, it's been this for before this stream even happened, it was this ongoing thing, right? And so then I added these crystal emotes too during this stream, made them follower emotes, because it was right during this stream that my follower emotes, like right before it happened, that I finally got them back after my Moon Jam thing got turned down for sexual content like 3 times, and I finally got follower emotes back. Because, you know, Moon Jam is such a sexy emote, super sexy. But yeah, so I got my follower emotes back, so everybody had access to these little crystals. And so every time I would say, we're charging the crystals, chat, everybody would spam this follower emote, and it would pop up on screen, and it was just like, you're charging them, you're charging them. Beautiful. And I had this Discovery Science kit that I got. You just learned, Sid Ivan, you didn't know? That's very funny, because also Dingus bought my JO Crystal mug from the merch shop, which also launched during the Charge-a-thon. And he also didn't know what a JO Crystal was. He just thought it was like merch, you know? He bought the mug that says, don't talk to me until I've charged my JO Crystal. And he didn't know what a JO Crystal was. But yeah,
he
so
just wanted to be supportive. He just wanted to be supportive. He's like, oh, there's a mug. I'll get the mug.
I believe he called them Java something, because it was like, you know, a coffee mug. Java something crystals. But yeah, it was just kind of all lined up where I knew I wanted to do a big event stream. I knew I wanted to do, if I was going to ever do a subathon, that I wanted my chat to get a lot of value out of it, and not just be a money grab. I wanted to make something special, something nobody's done before. And I wanted to utilize the fact that there was gonna be a night and day stream, right? Like that is something that is very unusual, to have a stream just going constantly. Java Occupier, that was it, yeah. But yeah, so I was trying to think of something to do, and I was like, I knew I was gonna be launching a merch store, and I also wanted to make the merch launch very special. And so I created this whole set of art and like themed things around crystals. So I made like the pinup that I've kind of got like a crystal floating in my hand. I made the don't talk to me till I've charged my JO crystal thing. Launched that as the merch store launch on day 1 of the Charge-a-thon. And I called it a Charge-a-thon. God, I really am losing my voice. I called it a Charge-a-thon instead of a subathon, because it wasn't just subs, it wasn't just bits. It was like, if you donated subs or bits or any of that would contribute. It all feeds
into the timer.
Exactly. So I didn't want to just call it a subathon and make people think they had to sub. It was like, whatever you want to do. And then if they donated, they also got entered into the art raffle. And so even down to like how I worded the art raffle, like it was like each sub equals 1 charged crystal, and
yes, and each charged crystal is an entry.
Yeah, exactly. And like a tier 2 is 2 charged crystals, a tier 3 is 3 charged crystals, you know, and you know,
you have this going in the background.
Yes, so from scratch, these were just liquid, like they were. You can't see it in that image, but it was just a tub of liquid, and it was kind of see-through because I had the light behind it, so you could actually see the crystals forming. In fact, on my YouTube, I have a video called what is it called? disaster by DIY, because I'll tell some stories of things that went wrong during the stream, but it's called Disaster by DIY because it started with a hand cam stream where I was basically assembling this children's science kit to make crystals. I got boiling water all over my desk. I spilled the crystal water at one point and it got all over the front of my computer, and so I still have crystallized pieces on the front of my glass of my computer. It was just an absolute goddamn mess. And then because it was a cam that was up in the corner for the entire 5 days, you could watch these crystals grow in real time, and I made a time lapse out of it at the end, and you can actually
I was gonna ask, you have a time lapse?
Yeah, it's part of that DIY video on YouTube. There's a time lapse built into it, and you can just watch them form. And so there was like this running joke of like, you guys are actively charging crystals by supporting me, and we are charging the crystals together, and they're growing. You can watch them grow because of all the chaos that you are generating. Like, we made it into like this lore thing, and I still have these crystals in my office now. Like, I have them as decoration, like a physical, like, reminder of all the memories we made. Yeah. It's actually like one of my favorite things I've ever done. I'm like really proud of how it went and how much my community came together. It wasn't even about like how much they supported me. Like, that, I'm extremely thankful for it because we did meet all our goals during that. But I was just so thankful for like how much I felt my community come together, and I felt like we formed these bonds that just we never really had before that stream. It felt like, I don't know, it was something magical. There was really something magical about it. So as much as people shit on subathons and say they're like money grabby or they can be, you know, like whatever, I think there is a way to do it right, and that it does present an opportunity. And I've personally, I've joined many other people's subathons and hung out in the wee hours of the night, and like there's something fun about it. It really is just a cool event and a way to come together with your fellow community members that you can't do normally.
Yeah,
I really love them.
The subathons in general have been really cool. That one of the things that I always talk about is what at one point I heard referred to as the original subathon. It's a charity event called Desert Bus for Hope. And they started 16 years ago, I think. And they don't do the conventional subathon thing where it's a timer and it adds on time. And the way it works is that if they raise $1, they will go for the first hour. Second hour costs $1.07, and it compounds by 7% with every hour until day 6 or so, when the next hour costs $65,000. And
that's crazy.
They had initially designed that formula to have their first event last a weekend. They were like, all right, you know, how much do we expect to raise? $5,000, okay. And then just sort of reverse engineer it.
Yeah.
And that's how 7% came about. And they accidentally raised $21,000 in their first event and had to have people call out of work because the stream wasn't ending.
They did not think that was going to happen. Yeah.
But they've gone a long way now. And that I've never seen that formula or anything like it used in subathons. That the conventional way nowadays, like you said, is just, you know, subs.
It's like $1 a minute or something like that. I think I worked mine out to like be about $1 a minute, and I know that's like a little hefty maybe for some people will do like 5 minutes for $1, but
yeah, that can spiral.
I didn't want to push
quickly.
myself.
Yeah,
I've seen people, this happen to people too many times where they push themselves way too hard for the subathon, and they end up streaming for like a month straight, but they didn't really get like a ton of return on that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, this I think is really cool because yes, it can go over, but it reaches the limit of sanity. And even if you're not using the exact 7%, that
I did. This took a toll on me. I no joke. On day 3, I lost my voice completely. It was gone. Like, I could not speak, and that also presented an opportunity because I was going to delay it. I popped into chat in the morning and went, bad news, guys. My voice is trashed. I'm gonna have to delay this because it's just not responsible for me to like keep streaming when I can't speak. And all my mods just went, we'll talk for you. We'll do it. We'll run the subathon today. You just be there, just draw in the background, but don't talk, and we will figure it out. And we will speak for you when raids come in. We will, you know, we'll have conversations. And what we ended up doing, yeah, they filled the dead air for me. And then what we ended up doing was I had my little AI assistant, Luna. I spoke through Luna. I just typed directly into my TTS. Yeah. And I just typed and all day I pulled a Zentreya that day and just like
Beautiful.
used TTS, and we made it work, and my voice healed up, and the next day I was okay and ready to go again, and you know, the show must go on. But it, as fun as that was, and we made it work, I do tell people, and I've had friends who have done subathons, that I can see their clock is climbing really high, really fast, because they underestimated how much people were going to support them. They actually think too little of themselves and how much their time is worth, that they were like, oh, I'm sure it'll maybe go for like 3 or 4 days, and then they end up streaming for like 3 weeks straight. And I'm just like, you need to take care of yourself, because
Yeah,
this
and
is
also just, you know,
very
what
draining.
how many plans did you have to reschedule, shuffle around? Like, what type of
Yeah.
upheaval happened if you're actually going
Mhm.
to, you know, keep going and not put a pause on things?
Yep. There's a point at which I think I recommend to some people, I go, if you find yourself in too deep on a subathon but that is uncapped, and you're worried about like, should I cap it or what should I do? Start flipping your goals, especially if usually that means that you've met your goals, right? Like,
Yeah.
usually if
You-
you
you've
have met
already
your
gone
goals, you
past them.
anticipated on streaming that much. So if you're past the point of how much you anticipated streaming, start flipping your goals inverted and make it so that every donation starts taking time off of the clock and free you from your prison. Because really, people need to take care of themselves, and also your computer does not like running that much. I can guarantee you that much. You need to give your computer a break.
There's plenty of folks who've been like, all right, you know, timer's being paused for 2 hours so the machine can cool down.
Yeah, it is like, there's some people, like I said, I'm like, I literally think they just underestimate themselves too much. I've seen my friends do it, underestimate themselves, and I'm like, I know I could have gone longer, but we met our goals and the crystals grew, right? Like, I anticipated 5 to 7 days. That's what the crystals said they were going to take that long to grow. And I was hoping that my subathon would last about that amount of time. And it worked out perfectly. Like, and I couldn't have asked for more than that. I don't think I would want a subathon that goes for like a month. As much as it's cool to get supported like that, you also gotta, like, you know, don't let yourself fall to pieces because of it.
No, when I've done my anniversary charity marathons, I don't even open it up to that type of thing. That I just say, all right, we're doing 2 days, 12 hours each. It's 24 hours over the course of the weekend. One that puts a limit of sanity on me of 12 hours is still really solid amount of time each day, but make sure that I have a proper and sustained break between the two, and also that I don't need to worry about scheduling past that weekend. And that I put everything in the goals, in the incentives and other individual rewards, and just I am not brave enough to attempt a
Uncapped is
subathon of
scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
And
really cool, and that,
I'm
you know, if you're a full-time
glad.
content creator, that can be totally viable. Absolutely. It is not viable for me.
I didn't cap it, but I also just priced the economy of it high enough that I figured I wouldn't end up streaming that much longer based off of like I'm pretty good at crunching numbers and like estimating about like what to expect for setting goals. Like I've been pretty good about about a month ago, or a little over a month ago, I was like, okay, at this rate, it's looking like, 10K is going to be approaching around this time, and so I need to start preparing for that. And like, so I'm pretty good at like looking at the trends and the numbers and like getting an idea of like where to go from there. So I was like, knowing what goals I need to hit, and knowing that I want to end my stream after no more than 5 to 7 days, this is what I'll price that out, so that like I won't like stop it at night. I'll let it run overnight, like the classic subathon thing, to go to the I'm only sleeping category. So I tried to price it out accordingly so that, I would still be able to meet my goals, but not push myself too thin. And I'm really, the timing just felt so right. The fact that like the crystals were done growing, like when we had less than an hour on the clock, and like I was able to pull them out and do a hand
Was this what you
cam
put
stream.
up during I'm Just Sleeping? Just the crystals
Yeah,
growing?
actually, no. I had the crystal cam in the corner like it normally is, and then I had words on stream so that a chat could play words on stream, play a game without me. And it got pretty heated in the words on stream, man. Like people were, there's lots of people in there, like competing. It was very fun. Like that was it was super fun because I would be like laying in bed about to fall asleep, and I would just like check one more time in on chat and just see people like hanging out and
The
talking
frenzy.
and yeah, trying to beat it, and like they'd get like beat the level and just be like, we got this, you know. Like even wee hours of the morning, you would still find people in there.
Somebody's
and I think
always
that was
awake.
like the coolest part of it. It was like you became part of people's like daily routine for like a week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it was so interesting. Subathons are super fun.
Yeah.
I would never want to do more than maybe like one a year, but it was, and I would want to think of something cool to do again. I feel like I set my bar really high, and now like I'm like afraid to do another one because I'm like, I don't know if I can make it as cool as the first one. It was so fun.
Yeah, that's why I also limit my own charity marathons to once a year. That like, if people contact me, I have a standing offer. If anybody contacts me about doing a charity event on Twitch, I will donate a custom 30-second SFW audio that they can, give away, raffle off, use as the reward for the highest donor, whatever they want.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
Past guests have the standing offer that I will donate 2 such recordings. And I will appear on charity streams if invited, but that I do not host charity streams on my channel or take part in, like there was like a Creators Big and Small thing recently that they were raising a lot of money.
Yeah,
for.
I'm actually part of that too. Yeah,
and that was like a super cool thing, and they actually reached out to me, and I politely declined. It was like, this is a great thing. If I said the person who reached out to me was like, I will donate this audio if you want to have it as a giveaway. I'll appear on your stream or anyone else's stream that's on your team happily. But for mine, that I want to keep the things on my channel to that once a year type of thing, to keep that special while doing as much as I can ancillary at any time of the year.
Yes. That's a great policy to have, because like charity streams it is a lot of organization and a lot of work. So, but the fact that you just have that standing offer, that's super cool. And I will keep that in mind for future ones.
Please do.
But yeah, I think the other really memorable thing that happened during the Charge-a-thon ties in with the disaster buy thing, is we tried to make slime. Well, we did make slime. I'm not gonna say try. We made slime. I did a slime kit, and it was like a series of events. It's now one of my like entry videos that I give to raiders that come into my channel, is the absolute disaster of a stream. Like, sometimes you can try to be entertaining, but nothing can be as funnier as the shit that will happen on accident on stream.
Oh yeah.
Like, nothing I planned could compare to how funny the slime stream was. Because what happened was, I did a slime kit. I was like, some of my goals were like, as I was doing hand cam streams, like I opened with creating the crystals because I wanted to have those like on stream for the entire time. But then I was like, I had these goals, and if we hit them fast enough while I was still doing hand cam, I would continue doing hand cam with these other goals. And one of them was like, do a slime kit. So I made this slime. It was literally bisexual slime. It was like pink, blue, and purple. So I made this like bi-flag slime, and honestly went pretty well. I did pour boiling water all over my instructions at one point, but like aside from that, everything was like working fine. No, the boiling water was from the crystals. That was like the first thing. And also during the crystals, a bag of the crystal compound just like ripped open and was like spilling all over the desk. And so I don't know, I like set it up on the crystal cam, which is like behind my computer, up in the corner in front of my computer, so I could still have the pretty lighting that I have behind it. Not over it. It's not like I had water dripping over my computer, but it was sitting like in front of it. And as I'm playing with the slime, I forgot that I had 2 precariously placed things of crystal liquid, just 2 containers that if I moved my desk too much, they would spill. And as I was playing with the slime, it was like sticking to my desk mat, and I start trying to like rub it off of my desk mat very aggressively.
And you move it just a bit too vigorously, and then...
And it's so funny watching back on the footage, because you literally see chat like trying to warn me, but I can't hear them, obviously.
Disaster impending.
Yeah. Like, I think it was Bay Ray who just went, oh no. And they like, so I like zoom in on the crystal cam in the corner in the edit because you just see me like not noticing this is happening, but there's water splashing all over the place. And it's not just normal water, it's got crystal making compound in it. So, you know, when it's in a big container like that, it forms a big crystal, but as soon as you spread it out thin and it starts to get exposed to air, it just makes this fine layer of like sugar-like crystals all over the thing that you spilled it on. And so, you know, I blinged out the front of my computer totally on purpose.
Yeah. As long as it doesn't get in the computer,
It did not,
that was
thank
my
God.
initial worry when you were like, I spilled, you know, liquid of any sort on the computer. I was like, uh-oh.
Oh, it could have been bad if I was like, if I had positioned it a little differently, but no, I was at least smart enough. Moon charges her geocrystal, gets slime everywhere. Yeah, so that was like the slime that I made myself, and then the next goal was, compare the slime that I bought from like one of those like TikTok stores where they like sell like handmade
pre-made
slimes,
slime.
the fancy ones, you know. Compare that to this shitty little science kit that I got. And I was like, okay, the thing is, I did not use it in a reasonable amount of time. Also, I just looked it up. I thought I bought it in September. I had actually bought it in July. So that's a fun little fact you're gonna learn on this channel that I'm not gonna tell anybody else. Only the insiders will know this one. I thought it was 4 months. It was like 6 months.
Oops.
I did not use it until January. You're supposed to use them like instantly. Like you are not supposed to let slime sit. And so when I went to pull it out, it had like no structure anymore. It was just a sticky substance, a wet, liquidy, sticky substance. It was no longer like formable. And my dumb ass was like, I've seen this on slime TikTok. You just have to add more borax to it, and then it like, you know, it reactivates the slime. It's just, you know, it just needs a little bit of activator. Well, yeah, that would work if you'd maybe had like a month-old slime. It's not gonna work on a 6-month-old slime. And so it started this beautiful, like, color shifting, dark purpley, red, blue color. And then I added the activator, I start moving it around, and the more I'm trying to like fix this, the worse it is getting, the stickier it is getting, and the color changed to like a grayish white.
Oh no. Just decay.
Yeah, it looked like something not TOS safe, and it was all over my desk, all over my hands. I could not get it off because it was so sticky that I literally physically was just like, I don't know what to do. And I started having this like sensory meltdown, like live on stream.
Oh no.
I'm just like, I can't, why is everything going wrong? You know,
What
just
have
like,
I
oh
done?
God. And thank God Bread was home. Like, I also did it during this time because Bread was on vacation, so he was able to like help like take care of the dogs and stuff while I was nonstop streaming. And I was like, thank God Bread is home, because I was like, please help me. So my hands are just covered in white goo, and he had to come up and like rescue me and like pour baby oil on my hands so we could like get it off. And it was just everywhere, and a little bit got on my mic, and to this day I have a stain on my mic screen that looks like someone ejaculated onto it.
No, just the evidence cannot be undone.
Yeah, I will never be able to, I won't be able to forget. I have to look at it every damn time I go to stream. I have to remember my failures.
Builds character. At least it has a story.
It does. It does. And oh my gosh, it was something so funny about chat just being there, watching me suffer, and just being like, I can't look away.
Like,
it's a train wreck.
I feel like you can never do anything with slime again because you're never going to be able to recreate something that phenomenal, that it's just going to feel underwhelming, that anything you do from here on out, because you can't recreate that.
If I do another slime stream, I think what I would have to do is give it an almost horror-like trailer. Like Slime 2, and it's just
Return
like,
of the Slime. The
it just has
re-sliming.
the most ominous music and like really terrifying cuts in the edit, so it just looks like a fucking horror movie. Be the only way to do it. I should be legally banned, I think, from using slime on stream again. I think I should not be allowed to do so. I don't think I could financially recover from doing another hand cam stream.
Yeah, at least this time it only got away with, you know, staining the microphone, not breaking the microphone. At least you have a thin veneer of crystal on your computer. Didn't destroy the computer.
But who knows? Next time, maybe we can, take it further. We'll hold a preemptive donathon. The charge-a-thon will be for the shit that I inevitably destroy during the charge-a-thon. That'll be the goal, is to just have it be a wash at the end.
Or whenever you upgrade your computer, that's how you send the old one out.
Yeah, I just completely... Oh no, don't tempt me. The way I want to just take my computer case and dunk it in a giant tub of crystal forming compound now.
Well, actually, hold on.
No.
If you're removing all the mechanical parts, and this is just the case, and then saying, okay, I'm gonna do this. That this is the way that I'm decorating it. I'll then clean out the insides and reinstall all the mechanics. That sounds normal, actually.
Kind of sick.
A bit effort
intensive. I crystallized a groantube.
That's easy.
I could do it. Now that's achievable. That's achievable.
We have the technology.
Can you hear my wheels turning in my brain right now?
Goo-cooled PC.
It's just filled with slime. Oh my god. I had water cooling in my PC, and I actually, it failed, so I went back to the old school fan. I'm too scared now to go back.
Remember when
I'm like, oh, it's too scary.
Remember when Kellogg's had their ill-fated Tony the Tiger stream that they had there? It was the milk-cooled PC.
The milk-cooled. Oh god, it's horrid. And then, didn't they ask him what yiffing was or something? I don't know.
Somebody asked him something. We were so close to greatness, Kellogg's. We were so close. Because if they had just planned
that... It could have been great, but it wasn't.
If they had just planned a little bit better, if they had just... obviously, they were going to have bad actors. They were going to have people doing questionable stuff. But you needed to have expected a certain level and leaned into it within reason. Like, draw a line and let people have all the fun they want up to that line. And they obviously did not know what they were doing. They also just underutilized their assets. The rig they had for Tony was solid. Like
it was good. Yeah, it was actually a good VTuber model, honestly.
The VA who was doing it was good, but that he was basically in the intro segment and then didn't participate in the tournament they had. He didn't even, like, I wanted him to at least commentate, like, okay, even if you're not gaming yourself, fine, but have him doing the shoutcasting play-by-play, and they just had him back off and was like, you spent probably a lot on this. You should have gotten your screen time out of it.
Right? I can't fathom.
I felt so bad because somebody had this pitch, and Kellogg's was brave enough to approve it. And they were going to be the first. And I have no doubt that after other brands saw what happened there, that they backed off of any ideas that they had. And I feel like actually...
When did the Chuck E. Cheese one happen?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Was that before or after? Okay, so there was a Chuck E. Cheese, VTuber stream, and it spawned one of my favorite clips of all time, which is Chuck E. Cheese saying, "Poggers."
Oh, yep. First thing that happened, I Google Chuck E. Cheese VTuber. First result, Chuck E. Cheese says "Poggers." Posted September 12th, 2020. So this is actually really early. This was before Tony the Tiger.
Yeah.
This is about when I got into VTubing itself, because I remember September 2020, the way I really properly fell into the VTubing rabbit hole, like many others, was the debut of Whole IVN, which I remember was that month. So props to Chuck E. Cheese for really being
early on the ball.
But I can't tell, is this an actual VTuber or is this somebody in a suit?
It might have been a suit. I can't remember. No, wasn't it like a 3D model? I don't freaking remember. I gotta go watch the clip again. But it's very.
Like, I'm looking it up right now.
Poggers is so funny. It's my favorite voice clips of all time. Poggers.
It looks
Charles
like someone in a
Entertainment
suit.
Cheese. That would make sense because they probably just brought in one of the mascots.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah, that's definitely not a model, but so that means Kellogg's was still, at least to my knowledge, first corporate VTuber on Twitch. I know like a couple others have made things. but they were the first like really non-endemic brand to attempt VTubing.
Yeah.
Because, like Crunchyroll's had one. There's obviously PlayAsia has theirs. But the idea of a
And
serial
Opera
brand.
is auditioning for one, I think, right now.
Yeah. And at least that
I
makes
wouldn't
sense
be
to know.
surprised if Voice Mod would at some point, because they at least already made like a character for it. So like I would assume that they would follow suit because they're deeply in love with Opera GX. At least their social media managers are.
Yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of brands that were watching Tony the Tiger and were like, all right, if it does well, we're probably going to greenlight our own. That the sort of implosion there probably scared off a lot of brands.
I want to say the biggest
sad.
controversy from it was, at least the thing that I heard about the most, was that they asked Tony to say ara ara and he didn't know what it was. So he just said it. He was like, ara ara. Like he didn't know what they were asking him
I remember
to do.
I tuned into some of it. I stopped when the gameplay started because like Tony wasn't playing, didn't really care at that point, and I didn't see all of it, but I could fully believe that. And at least they didn't make him say something genuinely offensive.
Yeah, it could have been much worse. Like that,
all right,
in
if the worst thing he
actual
got
context,
tricked to,
it's weird, but it's not like it doesn't translate to anything bad.
Yeah, and even then, like the level of weirdness is like, I still call it, safe for work levels of weirdness.
Mild, yeah,
that
very mild.
Could have been
yeah.
way worse.
But yeah, it's just
should have expected it.
Interesting. Yeah, if you're gonna enter that space, you need to know what are the phrases that they're gonna be saying and what do those mean, and then
and you also need to expect that folks are gonna come in trying to make trouble, but also that folks are gonna come in trying to just have fun, and to be able to parse one from the other and play up the fun so much that any would-be troublemakers get drowned out, and instead they just banned anyone who is trying to have fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you need there's it's a fine line to walk. It's not as content creation is not as easy as like brands think it is. I think they just look at somebody like you just live stream easy.
Yeah,
and it's like,
you hit the go live button,
much.
you have a fancy overlay, and you go and you make money.
Yeah, it's like if that were the case, then everybody would be succeeding. There's so much more to it than what meets the eye.
Sid says the guy who got a $100 bonus for the idea and then had to give it to some project manager who didn't know the format. Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god. Who was that nerd VTuber enjoyer? You think that was like I have an idea?
I want to know that pitch meeting, like how it went, and like I said, the fact that they got it greenlit, that's so cool.
Yeah.
But then what happened between approval and implementation that left so much, like I said, the production values were there. They invested. That was a couple $1,000s, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Plus whatever fee you're paying to your voice actor to operate the thing for a day. Because that wasn't just some rando, that was someone who was approved to be the voice of Tony the Tiger. And that they just, they overlooked some really critical elements. And I'm sure even if there's, a bit of that we now saw things sort of go backwards after that, I'm sure someone's going to inevitably try again. And it'll be interesting to see, all right, when they try again, will they learn from it? Will they not? That remains to be seen. It'll be entertaining either way. I hope for the best. Because if corporations see that making their own VTubers are successful, they'll also realize that just supporting existing content creators is more efficient.
Yes, exactly.
And then that'll mean better things for good content creators out there.
Yeah, it is interesting seeing VTubing going from a niche to a more mainstream acknowledged thing.
Yeah, we're not.
And I mean, I came in late, but still, I knew what it was. But that's just because I was so involved in the content creator sphere anyway, that there was something very jarring about. I went to the first Camp Goofballs. We went to New York, and we went to some bookstores that had a lot of anime and Japanese stuff in it, and there were figures of VTubers and merch of HoloLive and VShojo and stuff, and I was like, that is so mind-blowing to just see VTuber merch just out in a store.
Out in the wild, yeah. and that we're not at the
Yeah.
point of public consciousness that the cashier at the grocery store probably hasn't heard of VTubers. That
Right. It's
we're
not at
not
that
there
point.
yet, but I think
But
that's going
neither
to
is like
happen.
anime, right? Like I mean,
Yeah,
that,
well, I
at
feel
that
like
point.
I think the cashier at the grocery store has probably heard of anime. They probably don't watch anime, but they probably know what it
Right.
is, and you don't need to explain the concept.
That's
You'd
true.
have to explain
Yeah.
the concept of VTubers, I think. But I'm pretty sure that we'll get to the point within 10 years, probably within 5, where
Yeah.
like I said, just the concept, not talking about
Right.
does everybody watch VTubers regularly, but understanding the concept and that the phrase is something that you can utter in a casual conversation and not worry
Yeah.
about people looking at you funny.
hmm Especially with like things like like with like Iron Mouse breaking all those records this year and stuff
Mhm.
like that is, I think like those are where we're gonna see more
I
like
think it's there in
acknowledgement as they
Japan.
start to make that. Yeah, Japan for sure, but
Just
like
not.
U.S. stateside, I think it's like, or even just like English speaking, like North America, like I think it's like kind of a
It's still
uh
too niche.
yeah, it's very niche, and I think the more that you have creators like ending up in articles and news about like Twitch in general, I think that's where we're gonna start to see like more
Mhm.
like acknowledgement of what the form of the media is.
And also probably just more conventional content creators adopting VTubing. That we've seen this already with a whole
Yes.
bunch of folks where people who've been in the
Yeah.
content creation sphere for a decade have gotten a
Mhm.
VTuber model, but you know, when Mr. Beast gets a VTuber model,
Right?
or
Oh my
just
god.
I
It's
don't know,
over.
when Moist Critical gets a VTuber
Right.
model,
Yeah.
like, I don't. Well, then again, not even Moist Critical for how big he is. That he's not a public consciousness type of person. Um,
He's in a lot of
but
memes. I feel like he's
yeah,
he's,
that
he's
I
getting
feel like
there.
that if we see a Hollywood A-lister get a VTuber
Yeah.
model, that
hmm
that's probably going to be more likely to push things over the top.
Mhm.
But that folks like Iron Mouse are certainly helping us get there, and that every time that there is news coverage, that hopefully the news outlet actually portrays VTubers in a good light.
Right, yeah.
Most do,
tricky.
but every so often you get the ones that do the edits that make folks look weird, and it's happened with
Yeah, bad
sci-fi
faith stuff.
nerds, anime nerds, that
Mhm.
every niche nerd community has had their bouts with the good and the bad of publicity.
Public like perception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very much, in my opinion, a when, not an if.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I think so too.
You mentioned Camp Goofball, Volume 1 being in New York, and we have here Goofballs on Parade.
Yeah. That was our New York trip. Ah.
Now,
That
there's a
was
lot
my
of little
bestie.
details in here. I guess for starters, we see, I'm pretty sure that's Jummy with a Walmart bag.
Yes. Yes, she was
That's
so
too
excited
deliberate
for
to.
mundane stuff in America. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to go to a Walmart.
I guess, I knew in my mind that Walmart probably doesn't have a big footprint in Scotland. My guess is that they have a couple out there somewhere, because
She's
they
in
have.
Ireland, actually.
Sorry,
Northern
Ireland. Ireland, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. My guess is they have a couple in Ireland, but certainly not many. And just the concept of, okay, yeah, this is that stereotypical American shopping experience.
Yeah, that's what she wanted. Was like, Jummy's biggest thing about like coming to the U.S. was that she was like, I want to experience like mundane American life. Like she was most excited to like go to a Costco, go to a Walmart, go get fast food, go
Mhm.
to a gas station, like that was the stuff that she was super excited about, and that she was like a kid in a candy store, like just she was like, I want to go to Costco and I want to slap a big bag of rice. That was literally one of her
I can-
top things when we were
I
like,
can
what do you want to
hear
do in
that in
America?
her voice, and the very specific example of wanting to slap a big bag of rice.
That was exactly what she wanted to do. She's like, I want to go to Costco and I want to slap a big bag of rice. And I just remember like she wanted to like go to Walmart and stuff. So I put the Walmart bag there because we did have a little Walmart bag from the Walmart trip, and I was trying to like color coordinate us all to our little theme colors too. But
What's Gabi
yeah,
eating?
she loved it. Gabi's eating a giant cookie that we got in Bryant Park. It was like during this they were starting a like winter like ice skating rink thing, and there was all these cute little
So
pop-up
you
shops.
all went to NYC in winter. That's how you do it, in my
It was
opinion.
in November, I think.
Yeah.
So, or was it September? September or November? I don't remember. It was one of the embers.
My family used to go. We would go right before Thanksgiving, because that's when they're setting up all the stuff for the parade, but also that they've gotten all of the holiday stuff spun up, because basically after the Thanksgiving parade, that it's then
Yeah.
winter holidays all the time.
I think it was
So-
November. That sounds right. Because yeah, there was like they were setting up the holiday village.
Mhm.
It was very cool. I've only been in New York once before that trip, and it was like for literally a day, and all I really got to see was Times Square, because we were in literally just going for like this like award thing. So I was being flown in and out, not on my dime, so I couldn't like make the trip plans. And so it was
even
really
better.
nice
That's one of the best ways to make trip plans. The ones that
True,
you're not
that's
paying
true.
for.
That's very true. So it was nice to be able to like explore, and like Gabi has said, like she has like family in New York, and like grew up there, so like she knows her way around there, and like
Ooh,
so
yeah.
having a local that was very
That
cool.
makes a huge difference. Because
Yes.
that if you read an article that says, here are all the top places that the locals go to, the locals don't go to there anymore.
Yeah.
Locals stopped going as soon as that article was printed, because now it's just flooded with tourists.
Yeah, exactly. Like she knew the good spots, and yeah, it was I wanted to draw this to like capture everybody's like IRL fashion, because there's something very special about just getting to like know everybody and their actual who they are in person, and not just from a like
From the
this
model.
virtual. Yeah, like it's a very weird thing making friends with people as VTubers, because there is this layer of like anonymity, and that's why a lot of us are drawn to this. Not me personally. I don't want people to learn my name and my location, but that's more for like a safety thing. Like my face, I literally have a face reveal on Twitter. I've done it multiple times. I don't really care if people see me. I used to be a face cam streamer. I wasn't against that, but it does have this weird layer of like, are we comfortable enough with each other to like?
Just like when are you comfortable letting the shields down?
Yeah, it's everybody has not just the normal amount of like internet stranger like walls up, but it's like even more so, because you're all like, you have to trust that they're not gonna leak your identity to like who knows what kind of people, and like we're all trying to protect our anonymity and stuff. And so it's like, it was just cool to be able to finally like let those walls down and be like, hey, hi, real name, here's my real name, and this is what I look like,
that was
and
one of the
we're
things
real
that was just
people
like,
now.
did you refer to each other by handle, or was there the exchange of names?
We do both. It's a weird situation, right? Because you're
in
like,
some ways I feel like just using the handle is probably actually just going to be a lot more natural anyways.
it was for a lot of us, because like, so it was a mix, right? Like part of us were like, I'm afraid if I get too used to saying your real name that I'm gonna accidentally
that I might
slip it.
slip on stream, and that for like
Yeah.
my own safety and yours, to reduce risk for you and me.
Yes, so that's why like we would still use our handles a lot, but we would be okay with not doing it. It's very funny though, because even though we all know Gary's handle or his real name, we would still use Gary because it's kind of already like a regular dude name.
Oh yeah, no, it's such an easy thing of just, and fortunately most of these can be like, usually you can find abbreviations that if you're calling out to someone, that it's not going to sound too ridiculous, that people have nicknames in real life, and that fortunately,
Yeah.
my guess is that you're able to just pass those off, and that it was still going to
Yeah.
work in conversation anyways. But
Yeah.
the-
And we talked about that, like at least for me, I'm like, Moon it doesn't feel like, it feels like a nickname. It doesn't feel like someone is saying Moon instead of my name. I'm like, you can just call me, like my friends IRL are allowed to call me Moon. Like that's fine. Like it feels like just a different name that I've chosen for myself, and not just a like a character that I play, because and maybe that's has to do with the fact that I am like my character really is just me. Like I don't really pretend to be anything else, but like I'm like, if I could pick a name for myself, it would have been Moon. So like I don't mind if you call me Moon, like that's fine with me. It's like it can bleed over into real life, and sometimes that's a good thing again, because then if you get used to saying that, then you're less likely to slip up and accidentally drop a real name.
Yeah, and just seeing the sort of the talk in the post of Camp Goofball, which I know has happened twice now, is super cool.
Yeah.
That you all, at least for the second one, I know, did the classic, big circle of phones with the models up.
Yeah, we did that the first
to
time too. Yeah, we did it like outdoors in the first one, in like a little path with a bunch of like fall leaves around it, very aesthetic.
Aw.
Yeah, it's so funny the stark difference between the two trips, because the first one is like, this is the first time we're ever meeting these people. There's still a little part of you in the back of your mind that's like, oh my god,
Nerves.
like I'm so nervous. One, like, what if this totally changes the dynamic? And two, like, what if one of us is, the classic, I'm gonna meet someone from online, one of us is gonna be a serial killer and kill us all, like,
Yeah,
there's always like that
what if-
little in the back of your head, like, I'm terrified right now. But the dynamic didn't change at all. In fact, we just got closer. Like, we just got like so much closer as friends. And like, the first time was definitely like, there was this air of like, we're gonna make content out of us meeting together, right? Like we're gonna make a,
we're gonna do stuff. We're gonna plan things.
We're gonna take pictures and have these. We posted a lot on Twitter throughout the trip, like about things that were going on, and like made it like something for our audience to like consume and be like part of our trip in a way. And then the second trip was like so much more like intimate. Like it was like
you all
way
sort
less.
of went like radio dark.
Yeah, we literally just were like, we're not gonna even say the fucking word VTuber on this trip. Like, not that we like said that was gonna be what happened, but it's just what happened naturally, because instead our focus was no longer like, I'm getting to know these people and like we're all content creators so we can make content out of it, right? Like instead it was, I miss my friends. I miss my friends and I want to hang out with my friends.
Jummy mentioned that Volume 2 happened very quickly because withdrawal set in much quicker than folks anticipated.
Yeah.
That similar to a convention, that the post trip depression sort of set in for some folks of just you don't want to leave, you don't want to go.
That like I think that's where like a lot of this like it feels like like the found family trope or whatever, like a lot of it feels like that, because like even on the first trip when we were like separating at the airport, I'm not gonna say who it was, but I saw someone in the car like right after we said our goodbyes as they were going to drive away, and I saw them crying in the car.
Aww.
And that hurt. That broke my heart so much. Like I was actually like pretty inconsolable, to the point that when I went on the plane and I was like flying back, I was crying because I missed my friends
very
already.
Emotional on the plane back, and especially because she lives even farther than most.
Yeah, for her I can't even imagine, because for her there's like that extra layer of like, I don't know when I'm gonna be able to come to this country again.
Yeah,
like,
this
who
is
knows
cross-continental travel.
Yeah. For me, it's like, if I really wanted to, it wouldn't be that hard. But like, I can't even imagine for Jummy, like that extra layer of like, will I see you again? But like, for me, it was just like, I had this like ache in my heart. Like, you ever get so sad, like you feel it physically. Like I had this sinking, heavy feeling in my chest with how much I missed them just leaving. And it was just like, damn,
like in its
like,
own way,
that's a huge connection.
That's such a success. That's such a
the
fact that you all felt that means something went right. That this is in some ways a good pain.
It was, yeah. It was upsetting, but also just showed like how genuine the friendship was, and that it wasn't just like, we're like content creators hanging out. I was like, no, I like love you guys. I love you all so very much, and like. I was crying so hard on the plane ride home that there was an extra seat on the plane, and somebody else left sitting by me to go sit.
Oh no.
They didn't want to be awkward. I'm like sitting next to someone who is crying, and this is so weird.
And like in some ways, I guess it's kind of considerate because it also makes it so you're not having to cry next to somebody that you don't know.
Yeah, because I was trying to hold it in, but you can't after
Oh, yeah,
there is
there's
a
just this-
certain amount.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, it was like I was so upset, and then the second time didn't hurt as bad. I think again, it hurt, but it had that feeling of like I'm gonna see you guys again.
Yeah, that all right, when
Yeah.
you have the first one, it's the question of can we make this happen again? Will it happen again? Like you said, will I ever see you again? The second time it's like, okay, we've done it.
Yeah.
We've repeated the process. We have shown that this can be done and that it can be done multiple times. So now the concept of will I ever see you again doesn't weigh as heavily, and it's just
Yeah.
when
Exactly.
will I see you again?
Yeah. Exactly. And like on top of that, there's just I don't know. There's just something about like we having that week together where we got to just hang out like normal friends who didn't meet on the internet. Like I just treasure it. I think like one of my favorite things that happened was on the trip I had these star papers which were actually left over from the charge-a-thon. I was like doing them for hand cam stuff, and like they're these little strips of paper and you fold them into a little star that becomes kind of like a little 3D star. It kind of puffs up.
Oh, yes,
And-
yes. Jummy
Yeah,
mentioned those. I
yeah.
know what you mean. Yeah, 'cause,
Yeah.
I have
super
a
cute.
sibling that used to love those things.
Yeah, and I'd never done them before, and I other than on stream, which again during that stream, complete fail girl stream, I was not good at them. I tried to make them, and they were like one of them was like concave. It was awful. I made 2 and gave up. And Sun was like, "Well, when we do our trip, bring them along, and I'll show you how to do it." And so it was like the last night of the trip, literally like we're all kind of in that like, oh no, it's the last day kind of sad mood, and I'm trying to think of like, is there anything else we were gonna do? And then Sun was like, oh yeah, let's do those stars, and so I bring out my star paper that I brought along, and Sun teaches me out, and so it's like everybody's kind of spread throughout the house at this point, like just scattered throughout, and it was like me and Petra and Sun in the living room, and Sun and Petra and I are making stars, and then Gary wanders in. He's like, oh, what you doing? We're like, oh, we're making stars. Do you want to learn how? And so then like, he sits
And then
down, joins
one by
in.
one-
Petra shows him how to do it, and one by one, everybody started. Like it started off as like it was just gonna be this little thing, and then everybody had piled into this living room, and everybody was sitting there folding stars until we filled up a jar. And I still have that in my office. I got to take it home with me. I have, and I think the sweetest part of it, and that actually like gets me like teared up thinking about it, is that while we were folding these star papers, is that like, I guess it's like a thing you can do is that you can like write a wish on it as you're folding it up. And so we were all like writing out these wishes that we had for each other, and it was all like there were some joke ones too. There were some silly ones. Like Jummy was like,
course.
I want $1 trillion, and then Sun was like, I want Jummy's $1 trillion. And she's like, no. But like a lot of them were like just very genuinely sweet, like wishes for like the things that were going bad in each other's lives to like get solved, or like for dreams that each other had to like come true, and just like it was just like it was so sweet, and I have that like forever in a physical manifestation of the love of my friends. And I just have that in my
Aw.
office, and I have to put it aside in my little cabinet because if I had it on my desk, I think I would cry every day I saw it.
Oh no! So it's so cool and so special that I obviously this is a sequence that content creators and folks who've met online have gone through for
Yeah.
as long as the internet has existed. But it's something that for the VTuber community, just because of how long it's been a publicly accessible type of content creation, that I
Yeah.
really sort of say that 2019 is the earliest that VTubing became publicly accessible. That
Yeah.
it existed previously, but you needed a $10,000 rig and a whole bunch of
Yeah.
hardware.
Mhm.
But that we are now getting to that point where people have had enough time to cultivate these genuine friendships. And obviously, VTubing also started during a time where physical meetings were highly discouraged. and for
Yes.
good reason.
Yeah. The height of the pandemic is the height of VTubing exploding and
Mhm.
becoming more well known.
but in the past really year and a half that these have become viable, and that I'm sure that there are a couple other groups that have done this, but it's still something that a lot of people are navigating for the first time or considering navigating for the first time, and that I hope to see more more stories like these as time goes
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's like it there's like this extra layer of like I am not an easy person to become friends with. I put up a lot of walls already, let alone outside of VTubing. I am not good at communicating, and somehow they like brute forced their way through and became friends with me. Like they were they there's just something that like sometimes you just click with people and there's like really no like science or like no amount of like figuring out why. It's just like something about y'all I click with very heavily. And I think the last time I felt like a connection to people like that strongly was like the friends that I met in college, because there's something about like having people who already have like a baseline thing in common with you, and then like being able to like find those that you even connect with on an even deeper level, and like those are the types that become your lifelong friends. And like my lifelong my like closest friends that I have are the friends that I made in college, and now the other closest friends that I have, and that in high school too. Like I still have my several friends from like high school, but like it's like those things that you collect around. It's like work, school, hobbies, right? Like this is like we had hobbies as our base level, but it just served as something that became like a deeper friendship that now exists outside of VTubing. If all of us quit VTubing tomorrow, we would still be talking to each other every day. Like, or in the server at least we have the goofball server, which makes it's nice. I like that because it like kind of encourages talking more, because like I'm very bad. Like a lot of anybody who's like friends with me knows that I am not like the type to like just start up a conversation in DMs. But there's something about like having
It's
that
so much
like
easier
group
to
space.
it's so much easier to just,
Yeah.
oh, here's a funny meme I saw, everybody, here you go. And that
Yeah, and it starts a conversation, and then like then you're able to jump in. But like I'm so bad about like just like starting a conversation from like scratch. And there's something about having like a group chat of that size where you got like like I don't know, there's at least like 5 people a day that'll maybe kick something off or post something like, this reminded me of this, or I'm working on this, or there's like something that'll kick off the conversation and like get conversation happening. So I'm like, thank God, because I'm so bad at communicating. I'm so bad at talking. I'm the worst. I'm so bad. But if you give me a jumping off point, then it's like easier. But yeah, it's it's nice. I'm just glad. I'm so thankful for them, and the trips that we've had have been so amazing. And we encourage each other a lot too. Like even though I say there's a lot of stuff outside of VTubing, we also, because we have that in common, like we do a lot of encouraging of each other and like being able to like bounce ideas off each other. And like we've talked about, we have a lot of like ideas for like goof V stuff. I know Jummy
I can only
started the
imagine the
Minecraft
things that you all are cooking up, and just that I'm sure for every idea that actually sees the light of day, that there's a dozen others that get considered for anywhere from a half second to several weeks before not happening. But also just a lot of respect to you all for having the organization to actually coordinate these trips and do them, because there are friends I have from college that we are now dotted across the U.S. and that we've said for a while, we want to have a little group reunion, and the only times that's actually happened is for weddings, that we've been meaning to just say, like, let's go on a cruise or something. And that somebody needs to actually put in the legwork to say, all right,
they're very good at that.
This day, this time, like, does this work for everyone? Yes or no? If yes, we are locking this in now.
Yeah.
Do you recall who sort of spearheaded?
Has happened. I have come in at the end of the like literally here's what has happened. I have not been involved in the planning. I go to the server and see every single one of them is in VC right now. I hop in and they go, Moon, do you want to meet up? Moon, do you want to meet IRL? Like now?
Moon, are you free 3 months from now on the 17th, 18th, and 19th?
And both times it has been like something where like all the planning happened like outside of me, and then I just showed up at the last second and was like, hey, what's up, guys? And they're like, do you want to hang out? And I'm like, okay.
Well, hey, in some ways that's nice though. The hard work and heavy lifting's been done for you, and as long as the dates line
I
up,
cannot
that
take
you're all
credit
set.
for it. I simply was like, yeah, I'm in, absolutely, let's go. I'm really bad about like planning. I think my biggest issue right now is like I need to get medicated for my ADHD again. Like I had meds for like a little amount of time there, and then the shortage happened. I had just gotten to the point where I was getting medicated for ADHD, and like I feel like I could run my life so much better and organize things and like take the lead on projects and stuff if I could just like think a coherent thought, you know, for like more than a fleeting 5 seconds before I'm distracted by the next thing. And like, so I'm just hoping this freaking ADHD med shortage ends soon so that maybe I can, you know, feel a little less useless in life.
Yeah, no, I know a very significant number of people have been impacted by that. So hopefully, you know, we're I've not really kept up with any of the news on that other than I'm aware it is a thing, and
Yeah.
it's been a thing for a couple months, and I'm, you know, just sort of crossing my fingers and saying, you know, gosh, I hope we're near the tail end of that. I would, you know,
Yeah.
like to
I
think
know
that
several people in my community have said that they've been like 2 or 3 months without meds.
oof.
Ugh. Yikes. I'm just praying for the Vyvanse alternative to get approved, the generic of Vyvanse, because I had like 1 3-month period in my life back when I worked at a corporate office before I
Generics are
abandoned.
the actualization of good and proper health care.
Yes. I'm like, Vyvanse costs like I think it's like $100 a month or something like that. It's like stupid. And I was like,
Is it
if
bad that I
could,
hear $100 a month and be like, oh, that's not so bad?
it was either 100 or 300. I can't remember if the 300 was a 3-month supply or a 1 month supply, but I know it's just stupid expensive.
Yeah,
basically, it's like unreasonable. And I'm like, when the generic comes out, which they keep saying, oh, it's been delayed a month. Oh, it's like been supposed to be come out this year, like Q1, and now it's like delayed. And I'm like, please, please, please.
Because then,
If I could be
you go
back
to
on
refill and they're
Vyvanse,
like,
my life would change.
because you know that there was a point where there was a medication that I had that got a generic, and they're like, oh yeah, so if you want the generic, it's $40 cheaper, and I'm like, well, yes,
Yeah,
it's literally
I
the
think
same thing.
so.
Like of all the things, to care about a brand name, medication is
Right?
literally that. It's literally the same thing that it is compositionally. To be called a generic, it must be compositionally the same. It's not like buying
Yeah.
generic brand, store brand, I don't know, cereal. Because, you know, like if you get the store brand of your Frosted Flakes, that is going to taste a bit different from real Frosted Flakes. But when it comes to medication, it's literally the same thing. The only thing that will vary is whatever set, like sometimes what set of letters is stamped on the pill, maybe. But it actually, that's the whole point of it. It has to just be the same. So yes, I will take that $40 discount. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think it must be crazy if you live in another country to like watch daytime television in America
Oh my
and
God.
see how many medication commercials pop up. Like
yeah.
that's gotta be so jarring.
Have you seen, what was it, Canadian Breaking Bad?
Wait, what is that?
Canadian Breaking Bad, yeah.
What?
It's a 2-minute series.
I have not seen this.
Because Walter
He
is
just goes and gets meds and he's fine and done.
He's diagnosed and he's like, yeah, your insurance covers it. The end.
Yay! Yay! He never broke bad. Oh my gosh! Can you imagine. That's why Jummy keeps trying to convince us all to move out to Ireland. She's like, you guys should just come here and we'll start a content house and you know, you can all have healthcare.
I'm waiting for more VTuber content houses because you have this for everything from esports to other types of content creation, and there have been a couple stories like pretty famously a couple of the Hololive girls actually lived in the same house for a while.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, that there are a couple folks that are VTubers that live in the same house, but they knew each other prior to getting into VTuber.
Yeah, there's like a few instances of that, of people like who are roommates, like Min literally lives with like a couple other VTubers, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and
that-
but I'm pretty sure they knew each other previously. I could be wrong, but
Oh,
yeah.
sure. But yeah, it's just like it. That is like not too unusual, like roommates and stuff.
And
but
I'm
when's
kind of
the
hoping
big
because
content
also
house?
because then just obviously content houses make for cool content that you know, are able to
Mhm.
do fun things IRL and just hopefully actually live with folks
Yeah.
that you enjoy the company of.
We have so many like ideas and stuff for like streams that we would do, but we're just like, oh, but like you'd have to do this and that and the other thing. It's like, man, imagine if we could just like be in the same house. Be so sick. Ah.
The only thing I worry
like,
about for the goofballs is that there's too many of you to be in a single house that would have a practical rent.
Right? Oh my gosh.
Like,
yeah.
maybe the play is that you all get like apartments in the same building. Like a couple folks pair off.
village,
Somebody
the
wants to
content
be
village.
in a single alone, or four you want to get a quad together. That
Yep.
that way you're all close in proximity, and that
Yep.
you can just do whatever, but that you're not having to worry about finding a house that will actually be able to accommodate however many people, because once you past 6 people,
Yeah.
finding a house that's going to be a good fit, it's going to be very expensive and
Yeah.
very difficult.
Very tough. You need a
Content warehouse.
studio. Yeah. Sid, we've like in our friends, we have literally talked about like someday when we're old and gray, we're gonna get a house together and we'll all just have a little retirement.
VTuber retirement village.
Not even like they're not even my VTuber friends. They're just my IRL friends that were all like, "Fuck a nursing home. Let's all just go like find a spot to live together with like a communal kitchen or something." And then we all just like have our little like our we just retire together and like live in we hire a nurse to take care of us, or a few nurses, and it'd probably be cheaper than a nursing home for all of us at least.
At that point.
So it's like that, but just now. Like, why wait?
The future is now.
Dude, I would love to. I think it'd be so fun to live in Ireland. Just anywhere else, honestly. I'd love to escape this hell. It'd be so cool to be able to afford 5 ants. Imagine.
But still, that it's been really neat to see goofballs come together and just be this, like you said, fun little found family, and that it is a term that has become increasingly common. But I very much believe that it's become increasingly common because it's become increasingly true, in that obviously with the internet, that it has enabled folks to find family in ways that just were not going to be common or at all viable, even if you rewind the clocks 30 years. And that it's been very nice to see these happy stories of people coming together.
Absolutely. Yeah. So articles are friends buy houses next to each other and they just live in their own community. That's the dream!
Mhm.
That's the dream!
Just
Oh
lay
my
siege
god!
to a neighborhood.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Real. I want to do that so bad. And then you can just like share like one, lawnmower, or there's like
Mhm.
things that you could save money on by not having to own. Like, I don't know, that's something I feel like we do a lot in society, is like individualism, right? Like we're all on our own, staking our own claim, and I'm like, there's so many things that like we could all just be like sharing. Like everybody in the friend group need a weed whacker. We could just be like, hey guys, it's my day with the weed whacker, but they just we could just share and then just have our own, literally one kitchen, everybody, we cook a big communal meal every night. Imagine. God, that'd be so fun. We take turns on who's cooking. What's the menu for the week? I want to run what they do in a nursing home, but for just me and my friends.
Yes, please.
That's what I want.
Looking at the art again, I'm blanking on their name. The Doulahan.
Oh, Cleo, yeah.
What's on her shirt? Who is on her shirt?
Orange Cassidy.
Oh my gosh.
That was okay.
Now, here's
so like
the thing. So
Cleo is a huge Orange Cassidy fan.
I'm not I'm not a huge wrestling fan. I have some friends that have sort of dragged me into that rabbit hole over the past few years. I watched an AEW pay-per-view last night. They had one of their, they only have like 4 pay-per-views a year. That it's not a common thing every weekend. But I saw Orange Cassidy wrestle last night. So that is amazing. The today of all
so
day.
What are the chances? Yeah, no, like, that was her, like, her specific, like, that was, like, her hyperfixation. She was like, I'm gonna inform you all about Orange Cassidy. So, like, I didn't even draw, like, her normal fashion that she wears. I gave her just a big Orange Cassidy shirt. Because she, like, literally sat us all down and was like, watch this. It is, like, a compilation of, like, Orange Cassidy clips. It was so good. Oh, my gosh. But, like, everybody else, I think everybody else is, like, wearing pretty much, like, what they wore, for fashion wise.
Yeah, this is all very realistic fashion, but you made it look so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Except for, so like some of them were just alternate outfits. Like Gabi was wearing her athletic thing when we were bopping around New York, but we did have like when like we were at the airport, she was wearing like just this badass goth girl outfit that I was like, oh my god, you look so cool right now. And they kept like I think everything about her outfit broke that day. Like, literally, like she was just falling apart. Like her fishnets ripped, her like corset thing she was wearing broke. Like everything was just falling to pieces. By the end of the day, she just had to like switch into different clothes because she was too thick. You know, she the thighs could not be contained. And then Mr. Manager, he was wearing the suit just for like the one day, like, but he wasn't wearing like a suit every day. But we kept joking about like everybody bring your sluttiest outfit so we can all just like be free and feel comfortable wearing something that you would never be comfortable wearing, but that because we'll all be wearing a slutty little outfit, then you'll feel comfortable wearing your slutty little outfit.
And that he brought the suit.
And he brought the suit, the big awesome suit. Yeah, it was funny. The only one who's like very vague is Sun, because I decided to just draw Sun as a little creature.
He still has the plaid.
Yep, he's got his plaid. Yep, he had that around his waist, his little like shirt tied around the waist. And oh my gosh, everybody's fashions are so cute though. It was really fun like seeing like the VTuber, like what you choose as fashion for your VTuber versus like what you would wear IRL. Like IRL. Yeah.
But it's the type of thing that, you know, I look at these outfits that we have here, and I will admit that I am not super familiar with everybody in this picture, but the ones that I know, I look at and say, yeah, that scans. That makes sense.
Yep, that tracks. It's funny because like Honey Goblin's been drawing a lot of these little doodles lately of kind of like casual fashion, Honey, and I'm just like, yep, she has that outfit IRL. Yep, she's worn that. Yep, I've seen that one. Yeah.
She is using references for that.
I'm like, I recognize that fit. Yep, she's definitely, that's absolutely her. It's very fun.
This is, you know, when you sent me the art to have up on stream today, that this is the one I was like, you know, the instant I saw this, like, you know, I felt warm fuzzy. I was like, oh my gosh.
Those are my little guys.
It's a very simple piece, but just, you know, the detail and the meaning and the people here are, you know, that it makes this piece so meaningful.
Yeah. Oh, it just really does. Like, if like this feels like we were us like bopping around New York. Like this is just like what it felt like. Our little like wandering pack. So we were just like roaming around. And like, I don't know. It was really cute too, because after I made this, like everybody had changed for a little while, their pictures in the server were all these little like cropped in on this piece.
They just cropped in
so they
there,
matched for a little while.
Aww.
It's really cute. And Honey did one too. Honey also did another one that was really cute.
Do you think you'll do one for volume 2?
I don't think so. Just because like, again, it was one of those things where it's like
it was a more pure.
We were just very offline. Yeah, exactly. We were just like vibing.
Totally.
There was like maybe a few moments that would be fun to like draw as like an animatic or something, but I just been, oh my gosh, I've been kind of on my grind set lately. I've had like like you saw the stickers that I'm like,
yeah, you've been busy. That you have a very busy June coming up, Moon.
Yeah, I do.
A very busy June.
Yeah, I got 3 stickers that'll be releasing on the 1st, 10K is gonna happen probably in the next couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, I'd assume. And I have the the new desk mat drop coming soon. Like, oh, there's just like so much. I feel like I've just been like nonstop with it, but at the same time I'm like, like from a like content creator perspective, is like there's a part of me that's just like, I feel very, very lucky to have had the like growth that I've had and the success that I've had, and I don't want to like squander that. Like I want to make content for everybody that is like I've had all this support, and I'm like, I want to be able to give back to my community and give them things that they are excited about and make content that they're excited about, and like make art that is like higher quality, because I do a lot of like art for other people, but I haven't really done a lot of art like for me. So before I started on Julie's model, I wanted to do something that I could like have as like this milestone piece, right? So that's why I've been like kind of working really hard. I talked to my community about this last night, but I've got a sponsored stream coming up. I can't say like what or when yet, but it was like my first time being approached directly by a brand instead of it being kind of like through like a Stream Elements thing or something like that.
Yeah, not one of the sort of stock email of, hey, you qualify because you have these numbers. If you want to put up these assets, you can get paid. And hey, if like that's a totally valid way to get paid. That's awesome.
Absolutely. No, for sure.
But
there is
having
something
somebody
special.
approach you for you,
Yeah.
and also that hopefully it's a brand that is more naturally catered to you and your...
Exactly. It's somebody that I feel like you actually like care about what about. So there's a fun thing that happens once you hit 50,000 on TikTok, which I hit a little while ago, which is that you just suddenly are in a list of quote unquote influencers on TikTok, and they will send you emails that have absolutely shit ass nothing to do with you, and they'll be like, we think your content was a perfect fit. I'm like, oh, my content's a perfect fit for dog food? My content that has never, like, not on my TikTok at least, I have never talked
like
about
in the
dogs.
Professional world, like there is a service, and there's several services like this that it's not super unique. That if you're a professional of a certain thing, that you can sign up with the service, and that their clients want to talk with experts on certain fields and things. And that, they approached me and was like, sure, whatever. I don't expect to get anything from this. But hey, if you have a client that wants to pay me a couple $100 to have a 30-minute conversation about a thing that I happen to know about, sure, why not? And I get emails like once a week from them saying, we have a client who is involved and is looking for an expert in this field. And I've had to contact them on multiple occasions saying, I want to make sure my profile is up to date with you all. That I worry something may have gone wrong. That, just because I very clearly state in my profile that my expertise is in A, B, and C in this field. You've sent me a dozen things for people who are looking for an expert in this field that have expertise in X, Y, Z, which is completely separate from departments A, B, and C. Yeah,
like you claim that you are like, this is a perfect fit for you, but it's like super not. So
it's like within reason, I can say, all right, cast a wider net than you mean to, because you never know if somebody might have expertise that you didn't expect, or that maybe even though your branding has nothing to do with dogs, maybe they end up reaching out to someone who just that their dog is something big in their community, and that, all right, you got a lucky hit there, that it can work. But there's just so many, and fortunately, it takes all of 2 seconds to either delete the email and just whatever, it's no harm, or
if it seems personal from an actual human being, I will respond. But most of them, I'm like, this is an automated list that goes out. You are not a human being. Like my personal favorite has been, I've gotten a couple that are skincare. And I'm just like, do you want me to like draw a pimple on my model and then have it go away? Like, what are you talking about?
Do you want me to do some graphic design for them? Do they need a new logo? Do they need some art done for a new campaign?
Let me just change my content entirely to face cam streaming so that I can like advertise your skincare routine product. That like, what what are you like? There's very clearly. Oh yeah, one of my personal favorites, which today was, I was laughing about laughing with Brett about this, or it was yesterday. It was from some like super patriotic like flag company.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
They're like, we've seen your content and we think you're a perfect fit for this. And I was like, oh yeah,
I feel like
my
at this
pronouns
point,
are USA. Yeah, let's go. Like, what are you talking about? You've never seen my content in your life.
like the phrase "perfect fit" is quickly becoming that I've smoked sort of
Yeah,
like
oh my God,
it's
actually.
roundabouted its way to red flag of if you say perfect fit, that highly suggests that you
Yep.
have not actually put in any effort into researching me.
Yeah, and you can absolutely tell in the email. Like,
Oh
I had
yeah.
someone say, like, I swung by your stream and they mentioned something that happened on my stream. And, like, they literally, like,
that's how you
did
do
the
it.
research. I was like, yeah, I appreciate it. So, like, when I get that level of respect, I'm absolutely going to respond back and say, like, hey, I'm going to turn it down because of X, Y, and Z. But, like, I appreciate this. Or, you know, like,
Yeah, that's at least,
but-
you know, putting in the baseline effort, which I respect.
Yes.
That even if ultimately, for whatever reason, it's not right for you, that, you know, that's
Mhm.
how you hope to see sponsorships and partnerships be approached.
exactly. Yeah.
I'm excited that you've found one that made you want to say, yes, I
Yeah, I
agree.
am too.
This is a good fit. Let's do this.
And I've done I used to be like an advanced GG partner and stuff. Like I've done that kind of thing.
yeah,
But this
and
is like my first time being like, this is for a stream. Like it's not just like you're partnering with a company and like you get a discount code. Like this is like we're paying you up front regardless of sales that
return.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, that feels so weird. You know, like to feel
It's-
like your time is now valued and
Yeah.
I don't know. It was
getting
special.
paid for the first time is a very cool feeling of just, hey, I made it. That,
Yeah,
you know,
it does. It has a
did
bit
the
of an
thing.
I made it ring to it. It's like, wow, like people see my time as valuable innately, whether it has a return or not. Like they see like me speaking on a product as something that is worthy of being paid, whether it results in direct sales or not. And I'm like, that's freaking cool.
And that even in the boardroom, they're like, we're willing to take the gamble on it. That,
Yeah.
based on the information or data or whatever, that we're confident enough to pay proper, compensation and be all right with it.
Yeah. So that felt special. Like I was like really excited even when I had gotten the advanced partnership, even though it's like not a thing anymore. Like it still was like that felt like a wow, like I'm getting sponsorships, like and now this is like my next like milestone for myself of like, wow, I'm getting
In
like
some
sponsored
meeting room,
streams.
whether it was an in-person meeting room or, like over a Zoom call of someone like screen sharing a profile on you, they're like, all right, so, we're looking for sponsors for this new project, and that somebody, one, did their job, did their research, looked up folks, but that they put your name, image, and whatnot, and that, some higher up at this company saw your thing and said, yeah, okay, I'm signing off on this.
Yeah, I'm super excited about it. Yeah, it felt nice to be like valued at that level and like and the fact that I'm really excited that it's gonna be something like I'm never gonna really try to do the whole like, oh, just get the bag, who cares type of thing. Like I want to give my community stuff that is relevant to them. I don't want to just
And
like,
frankly, that
take
usually
anything that
translates
comes my way.
into better stuff for sponsors anyways, because
Yeah.
the more selective you are, that if this sponsor ends up seeing the value in that, things go well, that success breeds repetition in life and most certainly in business.
Yeah, so I'm excited for the opportunity. I'm gonna be doing some planning for that as well. So it's like, oh, I just have like a super busy June is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a crazy month, and I'm glad I had the like planning to at least like do a lot of stuff leading up to it. So hopefully it will go smoothly as it happens. But right now I'm kind of just in like the
It just
everything's happening so much.
as of right now, we are broadcasting on May 29th. So you're probably in a combination of calm before the storm and also frantic final planning.
Yeah, that's exactly where
we
I'm
saw
at.
we saw the sticker, we saw the desk mat. That's done, and
Yep.
that all that's left is then the logistical stuff on the back end. The sponsorship it sounds like it's been inked, and now it's just getting the prep work done and sort of
Yeah.
waiting for the show day. And
There is something interesting when it comes to that, which is something I did not really anticipate, which is like they're like, oh yeah, here's all the details and stuff. Just like make sure you remain brand safe. And I'm just like,
yeah, just like don't fuck up.
I've never had to be brand safe. What does brand safe mean? So I'm like Googling frantically,
Well,
like
well,
what
also,
exactly
I would
is
ask
brand
them
safe?
because brand
I
safe
did.
varies by brand. That like
Yeah. They had outlines and they had one thing where it was like a social media post said no cursing, but I was like, wait, am I allowed to curse like on stream though? As long as it's like I assume in moderation, but like, am I allowed to say fuck or am I gonna have to go full on like fudge?
and be
Like,
like,
I was like, what am I
obviously,
allowed to do?
it's easy enough to rein things in for a single stream and be like, yeah, if you want me to
Yep.
not curse during your sponsored stream, super easy for one day. Keeping in my mind, that's fine. But that as long as they're not saying, okay, you're not allowed to curse on stream for the next month until you do our
They're
thing.
like, it's literally just when you've got their like logo up and it's like their stream
and that's
and
the
it's
smart way to
ad
do it.
and all
That's
that.
how it should be.
Yep. And it was just funny because like they were like, swearing in moderation's fine, just no sexual content. And I went, uh-oh.
Well,
I was like, I can do this. I'm gonna have to restrain myself a little bit. I will be, sending out a message. I kind of warned my community in last night's stream where I was just like, hey, got a thing coming up, and I'm gonna tell everybody in the Discord when it's coming, but y'all are gonna need to be on your best behavior.
Best behavior that day of just like, I might need to bonk you, and it'll be a 24-hour bonk. That
Yep,
you'll be able to
exactly.
come back. I'm not changing this long term, but understand that if you do this in chat on that day, I will have to remove you.
Yeah, the
Just for
best
this
way
day.
you can support me, and please don't do it as a bit, would be to like, and this goes for any content creator, if a sponsored stream is happening, they likely have things that they are not allowed to say. Be a little more chill during sponsored streams. Like, you can like actively participate in chat and stuff, but if you see someone's got hashtag ad or sponsored or whatever, like, don't be over sexual. Don't say any controversial stuff. Try to like
Be
be a
considerate.
good community member because you will reflect on your streamer and you can like that can lead to more opportunities for them. So it's a really good way to
But
support
also
them.
like, this sounds a bit trite, perhaps a bit, shilly, but also, if in chat people are like, hey, thanks so-and-so for supporting Moon.
Yeah.
Like, that means a lot to me because I really like Moon stuff, and it's great to see, you all supporting her. That, putting stuff like that in chat, like,
It
usually
does. It sounds corny, but it helps.
that usually they're going to have a brand rep lurking about just to make sure,
Yep.
contractual obligations are filled, and that folks will pass along of just, hey, not only did Moon fulfill her end of the bargain, that she, performed really well, but that, the community members were appreciated, and that for their own metrics of, like brand awareness and engagement, that
Yep.
does actually mean something to them.
And even if you don't plan on like buying any of the things that are sponsored, like just
Oh, yeah,
clicking
you
the
don't-
link, like the referral link can
Mhm.
like give them good statistics of like people were interested enough to at least click the link.
Yeah.
Like, I love that. It's like when the cops show up at the party. Everybody be
Be
cool.
cool.
It's exactly what it feels like. I'm like, oh my god, I have raised this community that is like the most unhinged, like pure concentrated chaos, and now I'm gonna be like, everybody, could you not be chaotic and actually like sit with your hands nicely in your lap and sit and pay attention for a stream? I'll jingle my keys for you.
Yeah. But that's the fortunate thing, that most communities, even the ones that are usually, like say, completely unhinged, know how to flip that switch for
Yeah,
a day.
Absolutely.
That,
I trust my community. I do.
They, generally speaking, are going to understand, and that it is, in its own way, sort of fun to see the transformation of chat of just like, all right, I can tell people are being a little bit more polite than usual, but
Yeah.
in its own weird sort of roundabout way, it's celebratory of it's like, hey, this is a cool thing, this is a good thing, and we know that, we don't need to be like this normally, and we are sure as heck, we're gonna make up for all this good behavior tomorrow. Don't worry.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like you'll have an opportunity either debating on like either just like ending the stream and then starting a new stream up.
I've
so that
seen
it's
people
like
do that all the
technically-
time of like same
Yeah.
day, just like, all right, we are ending the stream now. Thank you so and so for sponsoring it. Everyone, stick around. We will be back in 30 seconds, and then just
Exactly.
like end stream.
And then go.
Let
Okay, we're good.
Just like let Twitch have that 10 seconds to not
Yep.
consider it like a dropped signal or something. Then
Yep.
restart and be like, okay, hey boys, we're fucking back. Let's get back to our usual
That's
shit.
exactly what I think I'm gonna do. Just so I can be like, okay, just hold it in, all right? We can let the chaos
Hold,
out soon,
wait
just
for it.
please.
Wait for it now.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely what I'm doing, because like then I'll meet the requirements and then do a decent like stream and then just be like, okay, let's let them loose. Let them loose.
To brand representative, if you are still lurking in chat, sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, right. Like,
but at the same time, the
everything
fact that they
after this
approach,
point
they
is
have
not
to understand.
associated. Yeah.
But I'm really
Exactly.
excited for you.
It was funny because like literally last night, as I was just explaining this, we had a running bit about that I had confetti on the screen that had been made from shredded foreskins.
Oh no!
And I'm just like, so anyway, this kind of bit, we won't be doing that when the sponsored stream happens. We're just like, I was just like, I'm going to like, that's what I always threaten people with violence in my chat but it's always silly cartoon violence.
Of course.
And
It's like, I will
like,
drop an
that's what
anvil
it-
on you, so help
yeah,
me.
it's exactly that kind of shit. And I was like, I will shred your foreskin. And then confetti happened, and everybody was like, "Is that what you did with it?" And yeah, yippee! Yeah, exactly. I was like, "That's made from my enemies. Do you want to become that?" You know, and just I was like, Jesus Christ, how did I get sponsored? It's like all I could run through my head was like, how the hell did they look at this content and go, yeah, they can be brand safe. That's a good fit for our brand.
I think that's a company hiring a smart sponsorships manager, because obviously when they pitch you to the VP of marketing or whatever, that they're going to leave that out, and they know, the sponsorship manager knows, but that they also trust, all right, I think that this community is maintained enough that they can, like we've been saying, keep things calm for a day or, at least a couple hours for the stream. And that, don't worry, Mr. VP doesn't need to know that these things happen on the regular in this person who they're now signing off for however much money check that they don't need to know.
They don't need to know nothing. They don't need to know nothing. That's a different portion of the stream. That's a whole different person.
Mm-hmm.
It's like customer service voice, but for streaming.
And the fact that you and your community can make that differentiation is all that matters.
Yeah, I'm like, a bit of me is nervous that like there's gonna be people who come in and just like don't know what's going on and like maybe get a little unhinged. But I think between like if I can get like make sure that it's a day that my mods be available and that like maybe I pin a message or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say pinned message, have it be in the chat, have an automated command running every 10 minutes to just post in chat. It like heck, it's still brand safe to have a giant sign on your screen that says sponsored stream, behave.
Yeah, behave, please. Don't make me pull out the gatekeeper, all right? Don't make me do it. I don't want to, but I will. Oh my god. No, I'm excited. It's gonna be a very, very exciting summer, I think, for my channel, and I'm like nervous, but also very, very like, I don't know, looking forward to the future and like seeing how far I can push my content and what like cool new ideas I can come up with and stuff, and like keep my momentum going, I guess,
Mm-hmm. We've actually been at this for over 4 hours now.
Whoa!
Time flies.
Yeah.
And I
am now realizing I'm so hungry.
I'm getting a bit hungry as well, so I have a last couple of questions, and it actually connects pretty well to what we've just been discussing, that, talking about the future. One of the last questions I asked folks is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? So we are just about to enter June, And
Ooh,
obviously,
yeah.
apart from successful sponsored stream and get the merch out the door, and do you have any goals for the rest of the year that we've got now? What'll be 7 months left because you include June.
Oh yeah. I think my number one is gonna be to like get Julie's model done like in a reasonable amount of time. Like that'll be like a big challenge, but like being able to do someone else's model for the first time, like that's gonna be like my big year goal, is to have perhaps enough time left over after doing a model for someone that I still have time to maybe work on my alien model. Part of me feels like that's maybe pushing it, but I want to be able to prove to myself that I could do 2 models in a year, since it took me like half of the year to do this model. And I'm thinking, I'll be faster now. I know more. I've learned a lot. So like if I can finish Julie's model and then maybe still have time left over to do a project for me, that would be like number one goal. And then I think the other goal that goes alongside that would be to like finalize my lore to the point where maybe I could work on a lore video for the future, because I have a lot of really awesome lore that's very high level ideas, and I think I'd like to that would be a goal to get that written out, because I think that opens up a lot of avenues for content in the future, like videos and stuff like that, maybe event streams, things like that. So that's another big goal of mine, would be to like write that, get that actually hammered out as like a proper story, maybe a script for like a video or something.
Ooh, yeah. And then the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And we've discussed this tangentially today, and that that some folks have lore, some folks don't. That I've had people say VTubing lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone I can't be in real life. Others have a more clinical approach of, this is just me and I like this design, I think it's cool, or it is a tool in my toolbox as an actor, and I think that the things I am enabled to do as a VTuber are so much more interesting and creative than what I would be able to do as a facecam streamer. You occupy a very interesting sort of middle ground, where your model is you, but that you also do lean into your lore, and like you even just said right now that that you have plans and ambitions for your lore, which go beyond your model just being you in a literal sense, but it very much seems like the lore is going to be an extension of yourself, even if as fiction. So, in your own words, Moon, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Ooh, that's such a good like high level question. It's like for me, it started so simple. It started as like, being a VTuber means I could make my own art move, and I could animate without really needing to like know the basics of animation. Like that was literally what started, what VTubing was to me, was like, I can simply animate my own art and perform as it. That's super cool. And then like the more that I have, like the last year and a half, that I've been part of this, it's like so much deeper than that, where it has been like that perfect mix for me of like, it's not just art and creativity, but it's being able to like build community and content creation and all that. But it's like you get to utilize so many different skills, and I think I definitely lean towards that direction of like, it leads me more creative opportunities than what a flesh cam
the flesh tubing.
What is it called, flesh tubing? No, yeah, it's so disgusting. No, what a webcam streamer can do.
Yeah.
Like it I love that. Oh, I love your flesh tuber. Who's your rig? Who rigged your model?
Wow, that's a high poly model you got there.
We made so many jokes like that when the goofballs met each other in real life. We're like, wow, 4K Gary, let's go. No, it's like I think it is something that is extremely creatively fulfilling. To me, it's just a medium. It really is just a medium. I think I definitely lean on the, like, when people say there's a VTubing community, I'm like, there's a VTubing genre and there are communities within it, but we are not a community per se. It's gotten too big. There's
Yeah,
too
but
many of us.
there was at one point,
Mhm.
probably 2.5 years ago, a small enough number that
Mhm.
you could call the VTubing community a collective. And now, because that was the case legitimately for some amount of time, that we've sort of just fallen back on it. And to be fair, the term community gets used very broadly with other
Yes, it
groups and
does.
interests as well. But
Yeah.
you're very right that there are multiple communities now. It is just sort of
Mhm.
more the VTuber collective or the VTuber genre, or
Yeah. If you
it's
say community, it needs to be in the same sense that you would say the Twitch community, because you
Yes.
wouldn't hold one person responsible for the entire Twitch community. And so, like, when one person does something not super savory, we need to not be like, oh my god, VTubers. Like, no, this
Yeah.
is just any collective of human beings at this size has stinkers in it, and it always will.
Yeah,
There is
statistical
we're not in a
inevitability.
utopia. Yeah, exactly. And so we need to start thinking of VTubing community stuff being like, what are things that do affect all of us, right? Like, what are things that actually do, like, reflect on all of us? So just be like things like, uh technology changes and stuff, like, oh, this really shook up the VTuber community because, like, this is a possibility now. Like, those really broad stroke things, like, they would apply to any other streamer. Like, oh, Twitch is making changes. Like, those are things that, like, we are bonded by. But as far as, like, individuals and how they behave, we can't, like, act like
Yeah.
that is a representative of an entire community. It's just you can't have it both ways. You can't label us all as VTubers but then call us all like one hive mind either. Like, it's yeah. I understand why a lot of people step away from the VTuber label and have been lately. I do. Like, I sympathize with that, with, like, when you see only, seems like on Twitter it's only bad news and only, like, drama or stuff that is way too serious to be called drama. Like, it can bring you down and go, I don't want to be associated with these people. But I think it was Gloop Queen that worded it in a way that I really relate to, which is like, we didn't stop calling ourselves Twitch streamers the first 500 times Joe Schmo dropped a slur on Twitch. Like, there are some things that it's like, you're just a part of that. You're a part of this collective, but it doesn't mean it reflects on you.
Yeah.
And you can make that space better by being better and providing a space that can try to change that, perception, right? So I don't ever plan on dropping the VTuber label, even if, like, it has a bad stink on it, because to me, I'm like, that's just the genre I stream in. Like, it's just a term. It's like saying, Twitch streamer to me. It's really no different. It's just a specific category I fit in. My category is very unlike what I think the public perception of what VTubers do is, so I'm already kind of not much like that label anyway, but I still keep it because I can show people how different VTubing can be from that bad perception, right? And I want to help change that perception, because we could keep making new labels for ourselves, but it'll just keep getting ruined by some stinkers.
Yeah.
So instead, I'm going to try to be a positive force in that label.
Yes, very much agree. And where was it? I missed it. It was Sid said, "Oh fuck, you broke out the real questions." Yeah, no, I always have the one, and I always ask at the end of the show
Zingers at the
because
end.
that I feel like, well, I never know the answers. The answers always make sense, and that for you, that it once again it does, and it also just sort of puts a nice bow on everything at the end of the day. And it's been so much fun chatting with you, Moon. It's so nice having your community in the chat. I'm really excited to see the things that you do, not only this month, this year, but forward from here. I do have technically one last actual question, and that is, who would you like us to raid?
Oh, let me check.
All right. Well, she looks around. I'll take care of some last housekeeping things. I did miss a bunch of follows that came in from the raid. Sanson, I don't know if I actually called you out earlier, but thank you for the follow. Starbucker, Trillaris, the Maid, Possessed Lamp, Sealy Silfoot, the Sid, and Magnus the Radical. Thank you all so much for the follows. I do usually end up letting those just pile up and eventually get to them because I don't like interrupting conversation, but we just got into such good conversation that every time I thought in the back of my head, oh yeah, I should look for the next lull in conversation to, clear out the following folks. And it just kept going. So, oh
It'd
well.
be like that.
Yeah, that if you all
Well-
enjoyed this, that I have a show about once a week. I cannot promise you any consistency with my schedule because I try to schedule around the guest. So be sure to follow me here on Twitch and on Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk both places. This is episode 110. No chance of stopping anytime soon. So, yes. Very easy one.
Target acquired.
Target acquired. Like usually I'll say, please, send me the name in Discord. That way you don't misspell it or anything. You could have just said, oh, we're rating Gary.
Yeah. Gary, my beloved.
Yes. And I did see him actually pop in here with the raid earlier from Jummy. So,
Yeah.
and thanks again to Jummy for the raid. I'm sure she is asleep by now. But yes, we're going to be passing things along to another of the goofballs with Gamer Goblin Gary. So be sure to say hi. Let him know that Moon sent you. Well, he'll obviously know. But yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Moon. Thank you to everybody in chat. If you're on YouTube and somehow made it to the end of the video, hi, YouTube. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz.
Yeah, do it. You'll be super based.
Yeah, it'll be cool. And that's the extent of me trying to be a real content creator, folks. But yes.
Thank you, everybody who showed up today and hung out in chat. It was really cool seeing my community pull up for this.
Yeah. So
And thank you for
Moon.
hosting.
Aw.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it so much.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine. This has been a ton of fun, Moon. So until next time, everybody, have a good rest of your day, and I will see you all next time.